You are live, Madam Chair. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Sierra. Good morning to the Board of Commissioners and to the citizens of Douglas County. Welcome to our Monday, July 18th, 2022, 10 o'clock virtual Zoom work session. Board of Commissioners, I hope you all had a great weekend, and certainly would like to wish Commissioner Carthen of District 3 a happy belated birthday. And then we're going to move, certainly I'll start with roll call. I'll start with roll call. District 1 Commissioner Henry Mitchell III, District 2 and Vice Chairman Kelly Robinson.
Present.
District 3 Commissioner Tarenia Carthen.
Present. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You're welcome. And District 4 Commissioner Ann Jones-Guider.
Present. And
Ramona Jackson-Jones, Chairman, present. Board of Commissioners, we do have an established quorum. We have certainly, Clerk Lisa Watson this morning. I'll yield to you to see if there's any public comment out there.
Good morning, Chairman. We did not have anyone sign in this morning for public comment, but I would like to ask if there's anyone on the line that would like to speak at this time. Please let me know. Being none, Chairman, I turn it back over to you.
Thank you so much, Clerk Watson. We're going to move straight into our
I would like to speak.
Okay.
Hello?
Okay, we hear you.
This is Sharon Bachtel, District 3.
Okay,
Can I
Ms.
speak?
Bachel, before you speak, I would like allow the clerk to just establish the ground rules. Lisa, we do have Ms. Bachel on the line.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, Ms. Bachtel, I did not hear you before. Yes, if you could just restate your name and your topic of discussion. And once you start speaking, you'll have 3 minutes to address the board. Once you reach those 3 minutes, I will notify you to wrap up your comments. Okay, so you can go ahead.
Thank you. This is Sharon Bachtel, and I wanted to speak about spending. A couple of weeks ago, right down the street from the courthouse, a drug deal and a murder was committed. These drug dealers came from Arizona, probably with drugs that came right over the Democrats' open border. Why did they choose Douglas County to deal these drugs? So are Douglas County's laws, district attorney, and judges soft on drug dealers and crime? Last week on national news, I heard our sheriff say he was down 59 deputies. He blamed the pandemic and paying competitive salaries. How can the sheriff protect us if he is shorthanded? According to your survey, the citizens said public safety is at the top of the list for spending our tax dollars. This county received millions of dollars for pandemic COVID relief. The citizens of this county pay some of the highest taxes in the state. Why can't our sheriff pay competitive salaries or sign-on bonuses? This manpower shortage did not happen overnight. How is it we have $500,000 to pay for a park and our sheriff is short on deputies? This is another example of this commission ignoring the needs of the citizens over the wants of the commissioners. Is this where you tell the citizens to go buy a gun because you can't protect us anymore? I will end my comment with one word: priorities. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Bachel. I appreciate you being here today, and certainly this matter will be taken under advisement, but respectfully, I'm going to jump in before it is taken under advisement and just reassure you that the sheriff had a job fair about a week ago. I'm not sure if you had an opportunity to look at the number of applicants that came through. In fact, he was surprised himself. He had about over 80 individuals apply, and that's unusual, especially in this particular climate. It is a shortage all over the entire nation with regard to public safety. That's certainly not a secret, and I know you watch the news just as much as the rest of us. And we are competitive, and we will continue to be competitive with our salaries here in Douglas County with regard to public safety. You are correct. That's number one for our citizens and for this Board of Commissioners. We are throwing money at as much as we can at public safety, and we will continue to do so. I just wanted to reassure you that certainly would have a conversation with you offline if we needed to. But
Madam Chair?
again, I appreciate you, Ms. Batchel, and then Vice Chair, I believe you want to weigh in.
Absolutely. Thank you, Madam Chair. This is just this becomes, the comment is more political in nature for the times. It's that season. And I appreciate it. Like, okay, now you know that ain't got nothing to do with Douglas County. The crime is going on right now in the past, it's Douglasville. What I don't like is the lean that be genuine. Come correct. You suggest me, look at your leap of logic. You went from here over to what now? Parks. What they got to do with it? It's called balance. The board is committed to the sheriff. We're about to have that conversation, but to suggest otherwise. Democrat-led borders? It's all over the place. Look at the logic. I appreciate it, but I have, my peers don't even have to weigh in on this. Like, no, come on now. Let us have our conversation here shortly, and we'll see where this goes. But to suggest, imply, the mischaracterization of the board and its thinking, the judges. I mean, look, we can all have a position about everybody else. But I mean, come on now. You're going to do it right now. Do better. All right, Madam Chair, I yield. We're good. Keep going.
All right, thank you. If there are no further comments from the board, I'll certainly move on. Is our tax commissioner here?
Madam Chair,
Yes, Commissioner Guyver, you have the floor.
I would just like to inject that our payroll or our pay for the sheriff's office is under surrounding counties. So we had a great job fair. That's true. In fact, I think they had 25 more applicants online. So, but we need to look at the pay scale of the sheriff's office. And I'm in the process of doing that right now. So thank you. But we're not up to the surrounding counties. Thank you.
Okay, and I look forward to you bringing that information to us, Commissioner Guyver. That would be great information. Certainly we can compete all day long. And that's what I'm willing to do. And I've made that very clear from day one. I love to compete. So if you could bring me some more information, we will. But what we are going to do is make sure that we don't break the bank account. We have to have a reserve fund balance. You are certainly in a opposition for raising taxes at any given time. So I got to be able to make sure that we keep the ship in the middle of the ocean. So it's got to be balanced. So I'm going to do what we can to continue to address public safety, but at the same time, we still have other things that need to be addressed in the county as well. So I agree with you. So if you bring me that information, I would love to look at it, and certainly we'll be moving towards our budget sessions very soon, and maybe we can have that discussion. So I look forward to you bringing that information, Commissioner Hyder. Okay, if there's nothing else, well, we're going to move on to our tax commissioner. Tax commissioner, are you out there? Tax commissioner.
I am here.
Oh, there you are. Board of Commissioners, the tax commissioner will be providing us with an update this morning. So you have the floor, tax commissioner. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to invite my manager over finance in. She's going to go over the first slide, and then I'll come back on board and explain the digest and what's going on there to you guys. Tanya, you got the floor. Are you on, Tanya? Can you guys hear us?
I believe Tanya is still muted.
Okay.
We've just unmuted her.
Sorry, she's having some technical difficulties there. I might have to bring her over into my office. You're still muted, Tanya. No, just come over to my office real quick. All right, we're ready, Rick.
All right, here we go. All right, so I have a presentation that's just going to go over a few things, short and sweet, just a little financial overview. Can we move to the next slide, please? All right, so just a little bit of this presentation is going to talk about the collection rates from 2017 up until 2021. And then the next few slides will talk about the county property tax revenue trends for the past few years as well. Can we move to the next slide, please? All right, so this shows our collection rates since 2017 through 2021. As you can see, 2017 through 2019, as well as 2021, has a collection rate of 99%. 2020 has a collection rate of 98%. So things have been collected very good. It's been moving along well. Can we look at the next slide, please? All right, and then this, I believe, is the last slide. This shows the county's property tax revenue trends since 2017. Aside from 2018, it shows a steady increase each year, bringing it up quite a bit over the past couple. And this is the total amount of property tax revenue that the county has received over these past few years. And I believe that is it. Are there any questions?
Any questions, Board of Commissioners?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, Vice Chair Robinson.
Yeah, thank you. Those who can't see, those who can't, because of the smallness of the print, can you read the collection rate, please? Read the actual, what you did again, and as well as your collection dollar amount, please.
Okay. All right, so in 2017, 18, and 19, the collection rate was 99%. In 2020, the collection rate was 98%. And then in 2021, the collection rate was 99%.
Thank you. Next one, go ahead.
All right. All right, and can we show the next slide, please? All right. All right, so in 2017, 46.7 million was paid to the county from the tax commissioner's office. In 2018, just over 46 million was paid to the county. In 2019, we increased just about $3 million. So that was just a little over 49 million as far as revenue received. And then we see a large jump for 2020. That was 61.7 million. And then last year, the rates went up to, let's see, the collection total went up to 64 million, 257,000.
Got it. Okay. I got two more questions. So what was our new growth? Can you speak to new growth and inflation? Can you give more specifics around those numbers?
No, we didn't include that in there. We will get that for you.
Okay. When can we anticipate that? Because
we can get that for you for the next meeting or by the middle of this week. We just didn't include it in our presentation.
do you know?
We'll have your new growth for this year when I finish up.
Okay. No problem. And when do by statutory we have to have it in? Make sure we're not dragging our meeting and our times. We need to call some type of special call. Do you have sufficient time? And when is it due?
When is what due? I'm sorry, Commissioner Robinson.
Yeah, no, you have to turn it in by a certain period of time. You're saying by our next meeting, and I'm like, well, do you have?
I have to turn it in by August 5th. I already have the numbers from. That's going to be my presentation. So let me get into that, and then you can ask me that question again.
Okay, all right, then I
Do
yield,
my
Madam
part,
Chair.
okay?
No, thank you, Mr. No, see, yeah, we thought when she yielded, no, my bad, Mr. Commissioner.
That's
Madam
all
Chair,
right.
I
I'm
yield,
I'm
my
coming
bad.
back on. She just wanted to give you an update what we've done over the past year.
Gotcha, all right. I'll
Any
wait.
other questions?
Yes,
Tanya, before
Okay.
you go, go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Go ahead,
Commissioner
Ms.
Guider.
Diamond.
Commissioner Guider, you have the floor.
yes, Commissioner Baker, the percentage rate and everything of collections, was that during that fiscal year or to date? Are those the collections that have been collected on those older digests to date, or was it during the fiscal year? Because when we set our budget, we're looking at the fiscal year collections.
So each year is accounted for the first 18 months after the digest came out. So say like in 2017, when that digest came out, for that next 18 months, that is what is listed as the collection rate for that year.
Okay, so it's not necessarily during that fiscal year that we set up budget on.
Correct. It's for that fiscal year and then the 6 months afterwards.
Okay, I think we carry over 3 months to March, the end of March, before we close out the books. And I think we count the revenues up to that point. But beyond that point, it doesn't affect that current budget that we set. So that's why I was asking.
Okay.
I think someone asked about the inflation. Of course, the inflation just started in the past year, but in 2021, the consolidation sheet did not show any growth in real estate, and that bothers me. And I stated it at the time, it seems like there's something left off. Have y'all looked into that?
We have looked
we
into
never
that.
had a negative real estate growth.
Yeah, we have looked into that, and I think Steve is, Mr. Balford's on the line also. We're gonna go over that here in a second and show the new growth finally. As you know, we got a new chief appraiser, and he's doing a wonderful job. And I think what you'll see is that you'll start seeing all that new growth on the consolidation sheets. I don't think it was on the prior chief appraiser, but Steve has done a wonderful job in getting all that information for us this year.
Well, are you going to go back to those prior years? If it was there January 1st of that taxable year, it should have been on the digest. Are you going to add NODs for the previous years?
Steve, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Good morning, fellow commissioners. Good morning,
Morning.
Madam Guider.
It's a hard name to remember. Tell the directors how they can remember it with God Bless America, my name.
That is correct. I will never forget. Okay, and I know you mentioned last year that you weren't seeing any growth from the consolidation sheets that
real estate. In real estate,
and I'm speaking real estate.
Okay.
The consolidation sheets that myself and the finance Rosalind looked at, I was seeing last year 1.45% growth in real growth, and I saw inflationary growth of 5%, which constituted an overall growth of 6.47, and that was my numbers that I got
the numbers from you. I've got the consolidation sheet, and it was a negative growth in real estate.
Okay, and I saw positive growth. So I'm not sure what numbers you had from 2020, but I can speak to myself and Rosalind numbers for consolidation sheet for 2021. And when I compared 2020 data with 2021 data, it was a positive growth.
Well, I'll be glad to come to your office and us compare, because it was definitely, that's what caught my eye. You know,
Okay,
it's
and I do believe you.
countywide consolidation sheet.
And I do believe you, but I can speak to 2021 numbers because those are the numbers which I produce, and I can speak to the 2020 numbers that I retrieved from the comma system, and it did show a positive of 1.47. So, and this year we are looking at a much better situation. I don't have final numbers, but as soon as we have final numbers, it will be presented.
Okay, and I'll make an appointment with you to just come down and see why my consolidation sheet that I got from your office is different than the one you're looking at. So,
And it should not be, because it's the same consolidation that I looked at
and
for.
that was the one presented to the Board of Commissioners.
Correct. So
Okay.
there is, the difference will be from prior year, and I cannot speak to prior year because we're looking at growth, 2020 versus 2021.
Now, my other question was, if something was left off the digest in the prior year and is just now being picked up, are you going to go back and NOD the prior year if it was there January 1st, if the property or the structure was there January 1st?
Absolutely. That's a requirement. Yeah, we need to update it.
Okay. Thank you very much, and I yield back. Thank you.
You're welcome.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna go over the digest now. Basically, the chief appraiser did present the digest to the tax commissioner by July 15th, as he's required to by law. And I did receive that on the 15th of July. We're currently in the process of running the new consolidation sheets as of today. We have Tyler Technology here. My staff is on board, and we're trying to prepare the digest as we sit and speak. Sorry, we don't have those numbers for you yet, but we should have them there shortly. And I want to make sure I email each of the commissioners the copy of the report once we get them out. The reason there's a delay, as you know, we had put a TAD into the system, and we had the TAD in the system. As of Friday, we found out we were unable to get that number for the TAD from the Department of Revenue. So we have to take the TAD out of the system, which we're in the process of doing as we speak. And then we have to rerun those consolidation sheets and come up with our good number. What I can tell you is, as I've spoken to Mr. Bafford, we do show growth for this year. And I think it's somewhere around 5%. I want to go conservative on this, and I think it's going to be higher. So I think we're going to have an increase of about 12%. I'm going to stick with that number for right now. I think it'll be more like 15%, but I'm going to stick with the 12%, just being conservative. So let's just go between 12 and 15% is what we're going to see. It's not the 20% that was spoke of earlier. It's going to be somewhere between 12 and 15%. The numbers I have calculated to date, that's going to be an increase that I'm figuring now, and I'm going out on a limb. And as you guys know, I try to stay within a boundary of what I know. I think it's going to be an increase somewhere around anywhere from $7 to $9 million. And that's it. Any questions?
Tax commissioner, on that increase from the 79 million, is it exclusive to the county, or is it's a mixture of the school?
That's the mixture of the school and everybody.
Okay. Okay.
We have not figured out your percentage yet, as we want to make sure we got the real numbers before we commit to anything. But from what we've calculated so far, it's going to be somewhere in that neighborhood.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that I know it would be.
Now, you know, the school board gets theirs in the city.
And the cities, yeah. I know. I just wanted to make sure I was okay. You clarified for me.
Madam Chair, can I ask?
Commissioner Guider, you have the floor.
Yes, Commissioner Baker, you said a growth of 12% to 15%
A
conservative.
growth of about 5%, Ms. Guidance.
No,
A growth of 5%, an increase of between, not the growth is gonna be somewhere between 5%.
but does that include the reval? Or is that new growth? That's growth. That's actually new growth, right?
Yes,
So the 12 to 15%, that is including the overall reval and the growth.
yes,
Okay, just wanted to clarify. All right, thank you.
you're welcome.
You're back.
Madam Chair?
Thank you so much, Commissioner Guida. Vice Chairman, you have the floor.
All right, so again, we won't have to belabor this. We'll wait till he comes up with his official findings, but thank you for that, Commissioner and Baker and
Just remember,
President
Ramon,
Ellsworth.
the bid and.
Hold on,
That's amazing.
Brad.
Fred, you need to mute your mic. There you go.
All right, so thank you for that. All right, so new growth. Pay attention to your historicals. Madam Chair, when you first came in, that very first year, we got 5%. We had new growth of 5% in the history. That's a big deal. That's a huge deal. Pay attention to your historicals. Put things in context. Think about what happened in the marketplace last year. All that buying up them homes, that impact. 5% new growth. Right? And then now you got your inflation discretionary. Right, so I appreciate the conservative numbers. The numbers gonna be what they are. It doesn't really matter. I mean, they're gonna be what they are. So you're fine, Mr. Commissioner. But I mean, like, okay, steady and healthy. Steady and healthy. All right, Madam Chair, I yield back. I'm good. No further comment.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Any other comments, Board? Thank you so much, Tax Commissioners and your staff this morning, and also Tax Assessor Steve Balfour for bringing this information before the Board of Commissioners. And we look forward to the final results.
I'm sure. I just have one question.
Oh, I'm sorry, Commissioner Mitchell. Yeah, Commissioner Mitchell, you have the floor.
Tax Commissioner and Chief Appraiser, how is the software, Tyler Technology software? Is that? I noticed you said something somewhere close to the end that you have to redo some things. Is that because of the software itself, or is it because of just trying to adjust to how the use of the software?
No, the software has been great so far. Our go live is today. As a matter of fact, and Tyler Technology is here. I believe they're up with Steve and they're down here with me. Because our go live is today. We're in the process of running a digest, and it's been great so far. The delay has been that we had that TAD in there, and we waited to the last minute because we wanted to make sure we didn't get that number from the Department of Revenue, and we're just in the process of taking that TAD out. Then we'll look at the numbers to make sure that they're in line. Steve will look at his numbers, and we'll look at our numbers down here, and we'll make sure we're in line with each other, and then we should be good to go. And I want to let Steve talk.
Yes.
And make sure what I'm saying is true.
And I concur. That's exactly where we are. We have gone live. So we are live on Tyler Technologies today. It's just that we need to consolidate the consolidation sheets between offices by removing the tag which was included.
Okay. I was just curious to know. I mean, all the other statements and questions are legit. I mean, not legit, are great. And your comments to all of where you guys are going with this is really good. So outside of that, that's all. I just want to make sure that the software moving along like you guys thought it would, or is there anything else that we as a board need to add to it, or push toward to make sure it's right? Because we solely relying on this particular software to make sure that it fits the needs of you guys and GI and everybody else. So, but if you guys are okay with it, I'm fine with it because you guys are boots on the ground. So thank you again.
We are at day one. Thank you.
You got it. And I yield that, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell. Tax Commissioner, if you could just reassure the board, because the TAD is not inserted in this digest, that it was really according to your conversation. We had some conversations, myself, you, and our attorney, Coleman, and then also one of the members from Economic Development, Mr. Charles, I forgot Charles' last name, but if you could just brief them and let them know it would have been a moot point anyway to try to get it in there. You're just mainly trying to chase that certification number. If you could just explain to the board, tax commission.
Yeah, basically, we were trying to get the certification in there that was left out, should have been gotten by whoever by December of last year. Some people tried to blame it on our chief appraiser, but it was not his job to get that number. It fell on the development authority, and the paperwork either was submitted and got, my understanding is they either submitted it and then never got to the Department of Revenue, or it wasn't submitted. And we just submitted it here about 2 weeks ago, a week ago. And it takes about 60 days for the Department of Revenue to approve that, because it goes to Ken Colson, who approves it, approves the number that our chief appraiser gives him as values and the parcel numbers. He has not received it. He hasn't received it as of Friday either. He's out of town until next Friday. So there's no way he could have consolidated the numbers for us. Then it goes to their attorney. And then it goes to the Department of Revenue's directors, and they approve it. With the county attorney and the guy over at the Development Authority, it didn't too much matter right now because you guys aren't going to try to get your bonds until 2023. So the numbers won't affect us that much, and we're okay. We will make sure we get that number, get it in there, and be ready to run the TAD for when it's gonna come due, and when we will need those funds to be in there for the TAD. So that's pretty much what we talked about on Friday, that it was a moot point right now, but we need to continue to try to get that number in there.
Okay. Thank you so much, Tax Commissioner. Certainly just wanted to give the board some reassurance that we're okay. So we're still working on trying to get you, not you, but the Development Authority on that certification number. So that information is compiled and ready to go. So we're in good shape for the shape we're in. So just wanted to reassure the board. Thank you, Tax Commissioner. Any other discussion or questions for the Tax Commissioner? If not, we're going to move on. All right. We're going to move to our SPLOST update. Mr. David Good, you have the floor for our update.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I'm David Good. I'm going to bring you basically the revenue through May and then work through June of this year. Next slide, Rick. This is, of course, going to be our agenda. We also will be showing any projects that are completed, but right now we don't have any completed in the month of June. We'll be showing activities in fire, EMS, transportation, as well as parks. Next slide, Rick. Right now, that's a misprint. This is going to be updates through May of 2022. The financials are continuing to remain strong. This is the second month in a row that we've been over 2.9 million, and this time it's 2,983,081, and that's compared to original projection of a little bit over around 2,098,494. That's an increase of over $800,000. The total revenue since the start of the SPLOST, which started in April of 2017, all the way through May of 2022, that's $144,606,845. That's an increase of over $18 million. And the original projection at this time would have been $126,415,795. And as you guys know, that the total collection that we anticipated was $147 million, and we still have 10 months to go. Next slide, please. Right now, this is showing a chart starting in June of 21, ending in May of 2022. And the average amount, if you look on this chart, you'll see our lowest amount was 2.6 million, going to the highest amount, I believe, of 3.25 million. And that's a across the board, a little bit over $2.8 million average per month if you took the average of all these months together. Next slide, please. We're going into the May activities. First up is that we do have a fire engine that will be going to fire station number 6. I believe that's the one over there off of Riverside. The engine has been delivered, and expectation it's been delivered to Foresight. That means that it's getting all the equipment put on, and the expected delivery to Douglas County is August 1st. Those QRVs that you guys have been hearing about, Chief actually talked about them in the last fire EMS committee meeting. 2 of those QRVs, are here July 15th, and the other 2 are coming in August. Next going on is on the Stuart Mill Road at Minnows Road. I know the commissioners have been waiting on hearing about this since 2017. So the bids were received on June 15th, and they're being evaluated for review for committee. That will be going through the Transportation Committee. Next slide, please. Other projects going on is that the BLRP or SR5 at Douglas Boulevard, the right turn lane. Right now, the project is under the right-of-way phase. I know it's been a long go, but we've really getting this project going on the way. The city approved the BOC, the agreement that they had before. They have extended it, and this was done on June 22nd of this year. The street lights phase 1 and 2. As you guys know, phase 1 actually is the freeway intersection, and phase 2 are within the community. Georgia Power is installing lights on I-20 at Post Road. So, Madam Chair, it's coming. So I know, thank you for being patient, but it's definitely coming. Greystone completed lights at Post Road, at Pool Road, Post Road at Banksmere Road, and Pool Road at Johnston Road. Also, we have at Beerlock and Fairplay Parks. We're doing the fence renovation, which includes dugout. The board approved the bid for integrated construction last month, and we're just awaiting the signing of the contract and purchase order. Next slide, please. And with that, I'll take any questions and comments. We also have Terry Gable here from Atlas to help answer any questions. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll turn it back over to you.
Okay, thank you so much, Director Good. Board Commissioners, any questions for
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay. Vice Chairman, you have the floor.
Yeah, there's 2 questions. All right, Mr. Good, you talked about street lights 1 and 2. Street lights on Riverside was the original street lights. I need order of magnitude. So how much money is being spent on these current 2 or set of projects in comparison to Riverside? I need context.
Okay, right now that's at $385,102.
385,102. That's for phase 1.
Right, actually that is for phase 1 and 2.
Okay, phase 1 and 2, which is what you just mentioned. How much was the Riverside?
Let me see if I get Terry Gable. Do you have those numbers, sir?
Yeah, David. Riverside was around 186.
Okay, 186. So 7.5 miles on Riverside, 186, and then we got the rest of these, which is double the 186, maybe three times. And how many lights is it, David? Do you know how many total lights?
I do not know, but like I said, I know it's all the exits up on I-20 with the exception of Fairburn Road exit because that was completed by the city. I'm not sure. Terry, do you actually have that number? Because I know there's a list that the commissioners agreed upon.
No, there's probably 25 locations once you count all on the interstate, there were 6 interchanges that we lit up. And there's 25 intersections that we're currently working on and have either currently been worked on or completed.
All right. And I think there's 182 lights that went up Riverside. I'm thinking, like, how much did y'all spend on this? You know, I get Riverside, and I get ahead a different set of lights. But I'm comparing, like, okay, so what do we just pay for on these intersections? And so, no, take it offline. I'm just making the point. Because it's a check and balance. You know, it's a check and balance. And I just want to know, well, what happened to our volume discount? I mean, we're a good citizen. You know, I mentioned we're always, Greystone, I appreciate you, but I need some assurance that did we get a good deal on this? And I have nothing other than go back and look at the receipts since we always doing it. So let's look at receipts on what we paid for this. Y'all take that offline. That was the first one. The second one, let that go, you good. We'll catch up later. The second one is how much money is left over in PayGo, David, for all buckets? Just one more time. How much is left over? Seeing that the SPLOS ends April of next year. We're about to have a conversation.
Right.
Those who are here and who were not here. Give us context, please.
Okay, and Rosalind, you could correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe the last number I had was it 38 million, Rosalind? I believe it is.
That's correct, but it was a few, so 36, we're at 36 million.
36 million, y'all would distribute that across all the buckets. Is that accurate?
Yes, based upon the percentages, of course.
Okay,
Yeah.
Understood, but it was right. Percentages and categories, right? I mean, I need to say it. So
Yes,
that's
percentages
38
and
million.
categories, yes, sir.
Thank you. I'm trying to get here, guys. I don't need y'all to pull up on this right now. We need y'all to say it. All right, so because we need information. All right, so we got PayGo. The SPLOS will end April of next year. We have paid off our bond. Is that true, David?
Yes,
Did we
sir.
pay off our bond?
Yes, sir. We paid off our bond.
When was the
as
last
April
payment?
of this year.
April of this year.
Yes, sir.
It's important also to note the SPLOS and all the work that's being done within this beautiful 199 square miles is based on the county's credit, not the city. The county carried this. This is important because at some point we go up and got to carry it on. The county and all the work that's being done in the county and city were based on the county's credit. So the extra work that when the county carried, obviously, this SPLOS and its bonding, that allowed the city to be able to go and get their own geo bond, do some extra stuff. So it's sort of like we carry them like we carry your children and stuff that they gotta, no, you want to pay for your own stuff now. You got to appreciate what you're getting when you have shared support. When it was sensitive, when we accommodated our municipalities. Look, we'll carry this. We got it. We get that we're, 70% of the footprint. But I'm just making my point. I told you at some point I'm going to weigh in to my peers. All right, so you've answered my questions for now. We won't belabor this moment. We'll come back to this later. Thank you, gentlemen. Madam Chair, I yield the floor.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. Any other questions for David Good or Terry Gable? Commissioner Guida, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you. For clarification, I think the question originally from Commissioner Robinson was how much do we have left in PayGo? Is that not the question that he asked? And someone said 36 million, I guess Rosalind did. That's not what we have left, is it, Rosalind?
Yes, that is correct. But of course, there is, outstanding encumbrance to that amount.
Okay, how much are the encumbrances?
That I would have to get for you. I will present today at 2. I'll have it by 2.
Okay, because if it's encumbered, the money's set aside for specific projects. So, I think the question was, how much do we have left? So we can't spend something twice. So.
That is correct.
Okay, so we'll wait to the Finance Committee to find out how much is left in the PayGo.
Yes, please. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Guida. Vice Chairman, and after you finish, we're going to move on.
Yeah, we'll go. No, to Madam Guy's point, Madam Guy was right. I asked a specific question. It didn't get answered, but I just wanted my segue to make my other comment. If you're right, thank you, Madam Guy. We'll take that up. Make sure you get your data into our Finance Committee. Madam Chair, I yield the floor.
All right, thank you so much. All right, if there are no other questions from the board, we're going to move on to our next presentation. Thank you so much, Mr. Good and Mr. Gable today.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to move to a space planning presentation. We have I've requested Piper O'Brien to come in this morning And certainly our Deputy County Administrator facilitated everything to make sure that we were on point. And I'll yield to our Deputy County Administrator, allow him to tee it up, and then Piper O'Brien will present. You have the floor, Deputy County Administrator. Perry.
Good morning, Madam Chair, to the Board of Commissioners, to our citizens, all the directors that we have, Assistant County Administrator Tiffany Stewart Stanley. Hopefully everyone had a good weekend. We are just about, well, I'm excited to say that we are at this point. Piper O'Brien and her, as you all remember, we contracted with this architectural firm to do some space planning for us and to look at spatial issues that we're dealing with here in the courthouse. I have online Mr. Hamilton Holmes, the Director of Business Development, and also Yante Kang, the Associate Principal and Senior Project Management Manager for Piper O'Brien and her, that's going to bring forth some general and a preliminary summary of the meetings that we've had over the past couple of months with the constitutional officers, the judicial and regular staff, just to talk about the courthouse and some of the current challenges that we're faced with. So with that, Hamilton, I will pass to you and look forward to the information that you have for us.
Okay, can you hear us?
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Well, thank you, Mr. Perry. I appreciate the introduction. And good morning, Madam Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and good morning, all commissioners of Douglas County and all the staff and other citizens that may be on the call as well this morning. As Mr. Perry mentioned, our firm, Piper O'Brien Hurd, was hired by Douglas County to conduct a space study and needs assessment of the current courthouse, which would document all of the space being utilized in the building by the court employees and the administrative employees, and also identify the potential need to build a new county administrative building to meet the needs of the county and its citizens. As everyone knows, the county has grown tremendously over the past 10 years or so, and there's a concern about need for additional space for the county employees to be able to conduct their roles. So we initially met with Mr. Perry. We also met with the facilities team and had a chance to tour the courthouse building inside and out. We met with each department that occupies space in the current building and conducted extensive interviews to understand their current situation and projected needs for space over the next 5 to 10 years and out further from that even. What we're going to share with you in just a moment is an updated draft of where we are today with our data collection and the recommended space layout for the courthouse. And again, just want to emphasize that this is a draft at this point, and it's not a final document, but we will be spending time over the next few weeks with the appropriate folks representing Douglas County to be able to finalize and submit the information to the county for review. And with that, just want to give you a kind of a background and some information. I'm going to turn it over to my colleague Keontae here, who's going to step through some other information that we have. And Mr. Martin, I'm not sure if you have shared the screen, but we'd like to be able to share our screen to present this information.
Sure, you may go ahead and share your screen.
Thank you. And if everyone can hold their questions, if possible, to the end, then we'll be able to answer those questions as we set aside some time for Q&A as well.
Yeah, we will do. Thank you.
Okay,
Can we make it bigger?
It's a full size on our screen. I can zoom in and out as we present. Okay. Thank you. Good morning, Board of Commissioners. Through our assessment, two major challenges were brought to our attention. One is that the existing departments that we have identified here on the column to the left with color coded are basically overgrown, and they desperately need additional space. As we all know, the reason why we were hired. The second, through meeting with the judges, that we also learned that just about every court need additional courtrooms and support staff, with the exception of few. Magistrate court, they currently have one, and projecting into the near future, they requested 2 additional courtrooms. And then the other is the probate court has a small courtroom that is not in a secure zone. And I'll explain a little further as we present what that secure zone is. The other issue with the probate court is that they're actually doubling that space from functional standpoint with a senior judge's court need. So they requested that a full courtroom be provided with the another addition of 1 more courtroom, so that they would end up with 2 courtrooms in the end. The final court is the traffic court. They don't currently have their own courtroom. They're being held, their functions are being held down at the jury assembly, that is down on the level 2. So what we understand is that the jury assembly functions occur Monday through about Wednesday, and then the traffic court function occurs on Thursdays. So here are the existing 10 courtrooms that we accounted for. Growth projection is additional 6 courtrooms in the near future, so that we would end up with a total of 16 in the end. And I'll explain further about where these proposed courtrooms would go when I share the floor plans with you. The other list that I had mentioned earlier are these columns to the far left are all of the existing departments in the courthouse. We also have identified which of these departments that does not have daily court functions to move out of the courthouse into a new county administration building, therefore leading the remaining courts and their support departments to expand within the courthouse. And those departments that we recommend to move out of the courthouse is identified here to the left, columns with square footages under the new administration building. And again, I'll explain further with the floor plans where the remaining departments would remain. With that, I'd like to split.
Hold on 1 second. And if I can just add in here too, for everyone that may not be able to see the numbers very clearly. So right now, the courthouse building, we came up with right about 168,000 square feet with the departments. And the existing piece of the administrative functions is about 41,000 square feet. So the 41 is a part of that 168,000 total.
That would move out of the courthouse. That's correct. And then in the end, once we add the circulation, the maintenance, support, restrooms, mechanical rooms, so on and so forth, we would anticipate needing of $85,500. 85,500 square foot of space on day 1. And then if we anticipate further growth from there, we would recommend additional square foot to total 100,000 square foot, so that you would have some shell space. It doesn't have to be built, not all spaces has to be built out on day 1. It could just remain as a as an unfinished shelf space to allow growth in the future for long term. Okay, with that said, what I like to do is I like to split the screen so that with the floor plans, well, before that, so one of the important things in placing or locating the court rooms and the secure staff, judges and judges staff are directly related to how they circulate vertically. Currently, just to give you some what is existing, judges drive in through this drive around the building to the southeast, and then park under the canopy here. Judges are labeled as judges parking, and they go in through this door here into a secure corridor to a secure judges elevator. Okay, and then they would move up and down the floors. The other important factor is the circulation of the inmates. So they're brought in and pulled into the sally port here through two of these overhead doors. And then they're held in these holding cells. Their vertical circulation is through this elevator here on this corner, as well as there's another elevator, inmate transport elevator on this end. So really, in order to have a secure access for the judges and the inmates, it is important to locate the courtrooms on this planned south quadrant and planned east quadrants in order to provide secure access for both judges and the inmates. With that said, I like to go up to the top floor and then work ourselves down from there. And I say top floor because that's where the courtrooms are currently located. So we'll start with that. Simply because, you know, trying to add more courtrooms, those are the large spaces that we would need. So that's really the priority number one, is to find some spaces on the levels that can provide these additional courtrooms on these two quadrants that I spoke earlier. And what I like to do is now split the screen. I apologize ahead of time here because when I split it, it's probably going to be even smaller on your monitor. But again, I can go. The reason why I want to split the screen is that on the left, I like to show you what is existing, and then one on the right will be the proposed floor plans, okay, of the same floor. So you can see it side by side, the difference. And each of these colors represent a different departments, okay? So existing on the left and proposed on the right. So again, as you notice, the courts are located all on these two quadrants. The secure corridor is highlighted in yellow. That would be for the judges, staff, and authorized personnel only. Currently, on the existing side, we have 3 superior courts on the plan south, and one more on the 2 on the plan south, one more on the east, and then 1 state courtroom on this level as well, with some additional support spaces. Jury assembly, which I believe because of the COVID is currently is located down on the 2nd floor. Law library is located here as well. And this is the probate courtroom, which is being doubled as a senior judge's courtroom. As you can see again, it is outside the secure corridor area. So in order for judges to get to that courtroom, they would have to get out of the secure zone, possibly mix with the public out in the corridor and go in. So what I understand currently is that the judge is escorted by a deputy. Okay. what we proposed, since the Superior Court requested one additional future growth courtroom. So we propose all 4 Superior Courts be located on the 4th floor with few touchdown spaces for district attorney. And then keep the law library, but increase it by a little bit. And then bring the trade or switch the probate courtroom with a grand jury. So virtually this entire level would be dedicated to the Superior Court function. Going down to the 3rd level. Currently existing are 2 juvenile courtrooms on the south wing. And then we have a mixture of courts on the east wing. First one here on the bottom is magistrate court and a state court with support staff for both of those courts, in addition to staff for probate courts here, these 2. This is where the clerk of court for the probate court is. On the west wing are the commissioner's offices and the county administration offices, and the plan north is occupied by the finance and purchasing, with the sheriff's office occupying in this one office space here. With that said, what I'd like to do is show you the proposed. So we need to move the state court that was on the 4th floor down to this level. Therefore, what we recommend is move the juvenile courts down to the lower level, and I'll show you where later, and dedicate the entire south wing and half of the east wing to the state court, so that we can house all of 3 state courts on this level. In addition, we locate the magistrate court where the state court used to be, and then move the probate staff offices down to another level to make room for the staff offices for the magistrate court. And then move the finance and purchasing out of the building into the admin building, and then locate the district attorney next to the state courts and the magistrate court, and then also move the solicitor general on this level so that they can both be solicitor general and the district attorney's office on this level as well, who has or need adjacency or close proximity to who they work with, which are the superior courts as well as the state courts. And then when we go down to the 2nd level, that's the existing, and that's the proposed. So on the 2nd level, there is no courtrooms. However, in order to make more room for the courtrooms, what we recommend, well, first of all, let me explain who's all down there. On the south wing, there's clerk of courts for the Superior Court in blue, as well as the state court to the left. Also, probate court offices are here in purple, and then in pink, this is where the district offices are. And then to the west wing, we have public defender's office as well. And this is the level, 2nd level is where the main entrance is. So as you know, there's a security entrance with the magnetometers and the package scanners at the front entrance here. And then to the left, or the north wing, is where the Citizens Hall used to be, which we understand because of the COVID social distancing currently is being used for jury assembly. And that's the space that currently functions as a traffic court on Thursdays. Facility manager occupies this little space behind that, and then a small space on the left is district attorney's office with a grand jury to the right. So as you can see, just by looking at the colors, there are multiple departments on this level. What we would like to do is to propose, by moving the click of courts, we can then build 2 more courtrooms for the probate court. And then by moving the probate court offices and the district attorney's office that we located upstairs, it frees up that entire area to locate 2 probate courts and support staff around it. So again, all 4 courts and their staff could be behind the secure zone here identified with yellow color. We also recommend that currently used as a jury assembly here with the traffic court to remain permanently at that location by moving the Citizens Hall into the administration building. And then leave a touchdown space for the district attorney's office to expand into what used to be grand jury, since we moved the grand jury up to the 4th level. We also would like to recommend that security entrance be expanded outward by adding a pavilion so that it adds more square footage. Currently, the security scanning area is very tight because, as you know, this building was built before 9/11, so it was never planned for that function. It was adapted. We feel that by adding additional courtrooms, there will be much more interaction with public. Probably the jury pool will be increased. Therefore, there could be much more population trying to enter through that main entrance, which is only one we have. So we strongly recommend that we add a pavilion to that entrance to make more room. Okay, and then if we go down to the lower level, level 1, again, existing on the left, proposed on the right. So we'll talk about the existing first. Plan South Wing is where the development services are, the engineering, the permitting, and then Plan East is where the Solicitor General's offices are located, along with the loading dock and the storage, printing, and the mail. There's a small area occupied by the maintenance offices here. And then to the north wing are the human resources, elections occupied on the right of that wing, left of that wing. And then on the Plan West wing is where the information systems with a server room is located. There's a evidence vault as well, and the common training room in the middle of that, along with the Board of Equalization, shown as a light pink. We need additional courtrooms, 3 additional courtrooms for juveniles, so we propose to locate them on this level. One other thing to keep in mind is that through study, we learned that all of the upper levels from floor to floor height is roughly 16 feet according to the documents. However, on this level only, it is much lower. It's 13 foot 4 inches, so roughly almost 3 feet shorter than the upper level. So we recommend that the juvenile courts be located on this level. And it is because it is likely that the ceiling heights will be lower as well than the upper level courtrooms. We also, so loading dock obviously has to remain where they are. We recommend leaving the mail room next to the loading dock as was. And then move the clerk of courts for the state offices here a little bit, in addition to the space they have upstairs, along with the maintenance offices here behind the loading dock, or in between the clerk's office and the loading dock. And then on the planned north wing would be dedicated to the clerk of courts office here. So again, clerk of courts for the superior and the clerk of court for the state are adjacent to each other. In this case, they have their own entrance, or it could be, I should say. And then juvenile public defender's office on the same level as the juvenile courts for adjacency. And then a little touchdown space for the DA office, and the Board of Equalization would remain in their current office. So with the IT, information systems, and the vault, evidence vault. So that's the first floor. And then as we go down to the lower level.
Yes, we have one more chart, and then we'll be finished with this portion.
I will ask, I'm gonna ask on that lower level if we could just refrain from any discussion because of the sensitivity that's related to that lower level.
Okay.
And certainly when you meet with the Board of Commissioners, you could provide that information one-on-one with them, okay?
Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
So with that said, I would like to go back to the chart. Okay, again, as Hamilton said earlier, we have identified 168,500 square foot in the courthouse with all of the departments occupying the space. We have also identified roughly 41.7 thousand square foot of space that departments occupy that could move out of that courthouse into the new administration building. Immediate need is $85,500. 85,500 square foot, and then with the near future expansion, would put it roughly 100,000 square foot is projected. With that said, I'd like to see if there are any questions.
Thank you so much. Any questions, Board of Commissioners?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Vice Chairman Robinson, you have the floor.
Yeah, I'll be quick. Specifically, we appreciate you guys' overview. That was a little long than we had anticipated. I have to make that comment. Well, some information here today. Okay, guys, this is supposed to be a summary. Staff, make sure y'all set people's expectations when they walk in front of the Board of Commissioners. That was not the intention. And so I had to say that, so we don't miscue this. Second, that was my comment. Second, but give information. Thank you, Piper O'Brien. I mean, obviously, I'm familiar with you guys' work. You did work over at the Epicenter, the Bishop Dale Bronner Word of Faith. You guys are credible. Great information. Just delivery in this moment, right? Okay, guys, y'all got to keep that tight. Again, we are a government. It's not a ministry. And so there's a separation. All right. So, and when you were talking about that judicial, it's like, oh man, guys, You know, you're thorough. It's this moment. You're going to meet offline and talk to the commissioners. So this was just supposed to be an aggregate in the summer. We were just trying to get some data. It's supposed to feed a bigger picture. But thank you. Comprehensive, you guys did well. Thank you. And so, because you were getting lost in okay, but how much square foot and how much is this the outcome? What was the objective? How much is it going to cost us? Right? We're getting caught up in circles and squares, but okay, this was supposed to give us what we needed in this moment. Staff needs the details, but we need to be aggregate. So I'm going to go back to it. You have a current courthouse that we've outgrown. In 1990, I moved here in my adult, when I moved here as an adult. 1990, there were 71,000 people. 30 years later, my lifetime as an adult, roughly easy math, we're 146,000 last census, 146. That means that thing has grown with almost 74,000 people. So over 3 decades, that means we've grown 25,000 people per decade. Right? That means, all right, courthouse came online in what, 1998. So it's grown 50,000 people roughly in that time period, which means we've really outgrown this. I got to get to it. We've outgrown it. We recognize it. I hope that you guys have met. You said you met with we'll call them the judges and all the other guys on the other side of the wall. They've signed off on like, yes, this is our needs. Yes, we do acknowledge this. You met with them, but have they seen these findings? That's important, but duly noted. Thank you for that. 100,000. All right. So what I heard you say is that the current courthouse has some number of spaces. You move the administration out, that gives you 41,000. So that gives you expansion space in the courthouse to make it a pure courthouse, 6 minute speedy trials, all that. We got enough space for the jail. We got that. Speedy trials, I understand caseloads over the judicial side. We're second in the state as late backlog. Some numbers. So how much is this new admin building? I heard you say somewhere around what, 80 to 100,000 square feet? What is the commercial price per square foot right now? That you give me an estimate, please?
So we're right now, based on construction costs and the types of finishes that you all would decide to have, you're looking at probably a minimum of $300 a square foot.
Yep.
Could range on the high end closer to $400 a square foot, again, depending on the finishes and construction costs. So, you know, you look at a building being of roughly 86,000 square feet is what we think minimum you would need. Or if you decide to add in some additional space for growth now, about 100,000 square feet. So you're looking at, you know, anywhere from probably, you know, 25 million to, you know, 30, 35 million or so, you know, would be a rough range now that we could provide.
Right. No, thank you for that. So that's, listen, 25, 30 million. New admin building. Now we have intelligence. And you got something to respond to. Now, with that, that's just new building us over there. What would it take to convert the courthouse to the existing thing? You got more space. What does that mean? We're just looking for a relative. We're looking for relative. We know plus and minus. We know how to get it. We know how to scope work. But what does that mean for us? We've moved out. So you got a new building. How much is it out to convert that existing courthouse into what you just described?
Well, with the existing courthouse, you know, obviously we'd have to work with you all to see what spaces would be renovated and which ones would not. You obviously have current courtrooms that may not need to be renovated, but then some other spaces would need to be converted. So we'd have to, you know, break that down and see what would fit where. But you're looking at roughly the same dollar amount, $300 to $400 per square foot for renovations. And you know, the entire building is about 168,000 square feet. You know, so if just hypothetically, if you were to redo the whole building, you're looking at, you know, probably $45 million to do that. But again, that wouldn't need to happen. So it'd be some amount less than that.
Right. So I need a relative. So right, that's too big of an order of magnitude. Just assume you just leave everybody as is, and you will convert when we move out. It's sort of like moving out your house. The kids move out, you get to take over that. You'll figure it out later, but we need you to give us some type of guidance, right? And so, if in fact the admin moves out, how much that square foot it is, and I guess I can use that as a multiplier.
Yeah. So if they moved out roughly 41,000, And you were able to capture that as a part of the current courthouse building for courthouse functions. If you're looking at, $300 a square foot, again, you're looking at, probably $12 to $15 million.
Here we go.
So just to renovate that particular piece anyway.
Understood. I mean, you have to do things over in phases. You gave me what I needed, right? It's okay. No, I got it. I got what I need just for the record. I need that to be captured. So 25 to 30 million for a new building and around 12 to 15 million, give or take, for the conversion of the existing courthouse. All right, I got what I was looking for. Honest. Madam Chair, I yield the floor to my peers in case they want to say something. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Vice Chair. It sounds like a round number, 50 million for both initiatives or both projects. Okay, any other questions, board, regarding the presentation? Thank you so much this morning, Piper O'Brien. We appreciate what you've done, and I know you will be meeting with the Board of Commissioners individually, and then you will continue. And again, this is just only a draft, as you mentioned earlier. This is just a draft. Nothing is set in stone. So thank you.
Okay, well, thank you for giving us the opportunity to share this. We apologize if it ran a little long. We may have misunderstood exactly what you're looking for this morning, but we'll make sure to give you the information that you're looking for going forward as well.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. You're good.
All right. Board of Commissioners, we're going to move on to our next item, which is approval of the minutes for tomorrow. Please review the minutes and be prepared to approve or deny accordingly. We're going to move to tab number 4 under resolutions. We have a resolution establishing a 30-day moratorium for small box discount retail stores. And our manager, Allison Duncan, will explain what this is all about. Allison, are you on the line?
Actually, Madam Chair, it's Phil.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Allison's still returning, so.
Okay, I am here, but Phil is going to handle this for us this morning, so thank you.
Okay. All right, thank you. Phil, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and members of the public. So what we have before us this morning is a resolution to adopt a 30-day moratorium so staff can put together a quick study and review of the information for the small box retail stores that we have going in around our community. In the last few years, we had a number of the dollar type stores go into the county and the city. A couple of years ago, the city did a moratorium for a period of time in order for them to study it. I incorporated that map, or rather included that map in your packet so that you can see that there were about 21 stores that went into both the city and the county over a number of years. We had 2 stores come to us, one out on West Veterans Memorial, and then the one that we are really dealing with right now is the Chapel Hill dollar type store. That's caused a great deal of difficulty with the neighbors because the property was correctly zoned at the time they came through for a building permit. There was no public hearing process through which these stores had to pass in order for people to be alerted it was going in. So we're proposing this 30-day moratorium that will allow us to place some additional requirements into the code itself, thus allowing us to see these projects as special use permits. Right now, we don't have any new projects that are before us. We just have the one on Chapel Hill that's in the process of getting its building permit, and the one recently on Veterans Memorial that's actually operating right now. It came out of the ground last year with approval. Now, they did go through a rezoning process because that property was not correctly zoned. Madam Chair, do you wish me to read the resolution so that it can be in the record?
Board of, we already have copies of it. We'll
You have copies,
tomorrow.
correct.
Tomorrow,
Yes.
I would like to hear it read. Okay.
Very well.
All right. Any questions for Phil, board? Okay. Thank you so much, Phil. We look forward to you bringing this forth tomorrow at our legislative voting meeting. County Administrator business. Is there any Deputy Commissioner Guider? Thought that was you.
I'm sorry, I couldn't get my button off. Phil, if the application has been placed or filed, will anything we do subsequent to today affect the application that was filed prior?
No, ma'am. The applications that are in right now, we would not be affected. They would be allowed to continue.
So, I don't know how to word this. They can go forward,
Yes,
no
yes,
matter
ma'am.
what we do.
Correct.
They're not they're kind of grandfathered under the old code.
In essence, yes. We're protecting ourselves from anything new coming in, but we can't stop what's already come in and is through part of. And they're very long way through the process right now. I mean, the building permit on Chapel Hill process is well underway. They've had building reviews, they've had WSA reviews, they've had health department reviews. All of that's been in done over the last several months. So we couldn't stop them.
You can't stop them, is what
No.
you're saying.
No.
Okay. I didn't think so when you
Oh,
said
sorry.
you're going to be changing some of the code and everything, because once they're filed, they're on record.
Yep.
So, this will just affect any new ones coming
Correct.
in.
Correct. Absolutely correct.
All right. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Ryder. Any other questions for Phil?
Yes, yes.
Okay, Vice Chairman Robinson.
No, I appreciate this. I understand moratoriums. You should use it only strategically and rarely as a matter of legislative matters. But okay, we're doing this. Phil, you mentioned what? There's 21 of these or 24 that are in both county and city. Is that accurate?
It's absolutely, it's 23 precisely.
Right. Thank you. I know you'll be after like that. All right, so 23. And typically, these individuals, you may not know the answer, but typically when people are investing in our community, small business and economic development, they have a right, they have property rights, and it's usually based on some type of demographics, 3, 5, 10 miles. And they're targeting based on household. Who would be attracted to that? Right? On one hand, we want to attract higher-end white napkin restaurants, but we don't have the income. We do not have the income to support a cheesecake or a higher end. You do not. You may have it within your subdivision, but it's county. You do not. On the opposite of this, we're talking about, okay, so we're talking about small box and we have an issue. Now I get it. Not in my backyard, or from ideology control. I get it. I just want to make sure I'm listening to the right thing. This is now on the other end of that, it's like, well, they're catering to a group of individuals that most of us, some of us, I won't say most of us, I'm going to say some of y'all may not go. You know, some people go to Targets, they go to Walmarts. They like, I wouldn't go in there. But I got millennials, I got interns that I don't have a problem with this. I don't have a problem. Like, what's the issue? And so this will be an interesting tomorrow that we can really weigh in on this. I don't necessarily have a position per se, but again, it's important that I weigh in from my district's perspective on, And so it'll be interesting. And yes, we should study and do all that, but you can't stop the one that's already in play. So what are we doing really here? Are we drawing attention to say, what are we saying? What are we really saying? Who are we? You know, it's back to that, okay, that exclusivity. But I get it, but we all get to weigh in. And so, Madam Chair, I made my comment. I'm good to go, and I yield the floor.
Thank you so much. Vice Chair, any other comment forward? Okay. Board, sir. Oh, I heard someone. Is it Commissioner? Okay, Commissioner Carpenter, you have the floor.
Thank you so much. Yes, to that point, what Vice Chair Robinson said, I just wanted to make sure this board is aware that we do welcome small businesses. I think, Madam Chair, you said it before, that Douglas County is open to business. We welcome all. What we don't want is for our entire county to be littered with one specific type of industry. There is no diversity in that, and I am very big on diversity. And so, therefore, we need to give opportunities to others to come to the county. Just because one specific brand or model has seen success in the county does not mean that we should shut out others. So I'm hopeful that as our staff goes back and do their due diligence and studies, that we will be able to open up Douglas County to other businesses besides the Dollar Generals and the Family Dollars and other types of entities. Those do have its place, but they are not to be the only type of business that Douglas County citizens should be privy to. So I'm hopeful that the staff will go and do their due diligence. We as commissioners will do ours. We will work with our economic development director and the authority to ensure that we have a variety of businesses within Douglas County. And of course, as the income and the people continue to move into Douglas County, then those types of businesses that allow for the incomes that we have to grow, then those types of businesses will look forward to moving here as well. So I want diversity in businesses. I don't want us to just be littered with Family Dollars, General Family Dollar Trees, and all those types of businesses. Douglas County can do better. We have a diverse group of people, and we should not be just limited to those who think that the only success model is a Dollar General. So with that, Madam Chair, I yield.
Well, thank you so much, Commissioner Carpenter. And I just wanted to just clarify that our median household income has grown. When I took office, it was about 56,000. Today it's embarking upon 75,000. So, and we want to grow our spirit with the type of clientele that's here. But we are moving. We're moving in the right direction here in Douglas County. So look forward to this item coming before us tomorrow, board for discussion and allow us to take a position. Board, if your will, if certainly at your will and your permission, tab number 5 is a T-SPLOS finalization. It may take a few minutes for this one. I wanted to see if I could chew down maybe 4 or 5 others before, and after they seem like they're quick wins, and then come back to this SPLOS finalization. Right now it's 11:32. Certainly at your will, if you would allow me to do that. Is that okay? Because I just want to just try to grab a few that I believe are just quick wins on this agenda.
Yeah, Madam Chair?
Yes, Vice Chair.
Yeah, I have no problem with that, but it's back to time management and staff guys to set the agenda, guys. We went awful long on some basic stuff that, you know what the priority was for the day. And we get caught up with almost 2 hours in on something, and we haven't got to why we're here, which is the future of this county. And you got all this other stuff that while we got to get to the people's business, it's like, okay, guys, y'all got to be conscious when y'all do this. When y'all set up, when we come on the floor, like, okay, come on, guys, manage these people who come in the door. Like, you know what we had to get done? And so now, like, okay, now there is the public that wants to see this. So we're going to make them wait another 2 hours while we go through the rest of the agenda to go another 2 hours.
I think we're going to move fast.
I'm just making my point. Yeah, I'm just making my, let me finish. I'm making a point. It's like, come on, guys. It has to be a little bit more fluid than this. We have been doing this for 5-6 years. This is nothing new. And so it's one of those, okay, we're blinking right now, and we need a little bit more strength. Let's answer the questions that we asked. I'm like, okay, guys, we get the pressure this today is, but y'all got to raise it up on this. So, Madam Chair, I yield. I'm just like, come on, guys. So, Madam Chair, I yield. I'm handling it however you want to. I concur. Roll with it.
Well, Commissioners, tomorrow we will please be prepared to approve your expenses, and that's tab 24 through 27 that's listed here. So we just be prepared accordingly to approve. So we've taken care of 24, 25, and 26 and 27. We're going to move back to tab number 6, Board of Commissioners authorization to amend the ACCG Retirement Services Defined Benefit Plan and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents. Certainly, during the discussion, I believe Deputy County Administrator Fred Perry, can you elaborate on this? Or
yes.
And I hope it's not a presentation. Is it a presentation on this?
It is not. It is not. This is very just pretty much a housekeeping item, Madam Chair. It's in relation to our retirement plan. Nothing is changing in regards to the structure of our plan. Don't want any of our employees to think that the retirement plan is changing in any way, shape, form, or fashion that would affect their retirement. This is specifically related to contract employees. Madam Chair, we allow contract employees, we provide for contract employees to be vested from day one. So they do not have to meet the normal 5-year vesting period that the normal full-time employees must meet. So this is allowing, essentially this adoption agreement is allowing ACCG to calculate and provide normal retirement benefits for those who attain the age of 65, but they do not have the requisite 5-year vesting period. So if they were to, and what they normally do if we have a contract employee that is employed for less than 5 years, let's say 3 to 4 years or what have you, normally what they do is they would cash out any monies that they've submitted to the retirement plan, and they would just go ahead and move on. We've had one employee to request retirement after completing 3 years of service. They have attained the requisite age, and Paul Bates contacted me and said, "Hey, we've never had this before, so we need to have permission from the Board of Commissioners and just to make this slight change to your retirement plan." So anyone who works less than the normal 5-year vesting period, they obtain the normal retirement age of 65, they will be able to draw their monthly retirement, their monthly annuity with this change to the plan.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am. I do. Yeah.
Any other questions? Any questions for?
Yes.
Yes, Vice Chair.
Let me make sure I get this right. So, Deputy Director.
Yes, sir.
So, if let's say I'm a director. I'm going back to, okay, so I'm kind of like, okay, what now? So I'm a director. I get a contract. I'm part of the merit. I automatically vest on day one, and everybody else who is not like me or with that type of contract is over. They gotta wait 5 years. Is that accurate?
That is, well, you said something about merit. Contract employees are not merit employees.
They're not merit. They're not part of anything. No. They get any benefits.
They do. They do get full-time benefits and everything that's written within their contract. They're required to work 40 hours. They receive the medical, dental, and vision, much like a full-time employee.
They get retirement, all that. They get retirement.
That's correct.
All right, so this back to my point when we talk about compensation. Y'all know how rich our compensation program is? Do you know how rich this is? That retirement, the medical. I get paid. I've had a couple colleagues up, across the way, work for, big time, the Maryland, so some guys who do real thing. They're like, ooh, that's rich. Don't perpetrate it. Don't act disingenuous when you say the Board of Commissioners does not. It's rich, guys. Now, I thought y'all about to say y'all about to change this one to a 401k, but we're not going to get into that yet. I'll yield to others who's going to advance that. No, you got to respond. The Board will weigh in on matters that are policy, that are legislative. And we'll get to shape these if we choose to now or later. Wow, guys. So this is when you got to know what you know. And so when you hear commentary like, okay, do you really want me to weigh in? Do we really want to twist the caps on right? So everybody has proper understanding of what the board is and is not doing? And knowing who we are and what's really on the table? Now, once you got that, now you can go ahead and do your First Amendment. But please know the truth. That thing is rich. Guys, they're like golden parachutes up on the body of y'all. And y'all act like we just all this, okay, we all ain't we just. I get it. You need to smooth it out. I understand. No problem. I'm fine. Whatever you said, this one off person. But this opens up the door like, okay, guys, we need to revisit this. We can't do it right now. Y'all do whatever you want to. I suggest we wait to the end of the year. We take this up like most matters in our legislative actions. But it's something we may need to revisit. But listen to this. Look at this contract. Out the gate, automatically vested. Okay. Madam Chair, I made my comment. I yield. Oh boy, this is good. All right, I'll catch up with this later. I'll make a point on that one. But you're fine tomorrow. Keep going, Madam Chair. We're fine. I'll say, what? Wait a minute. Did y'all listen to what he just said? And we normalize things that, God, do you really comprehend what's being said? There you go.
Okay, thank you, Vice Chair. If there are no other comments, we're going to move on to tab number 7. Authorize the chairman to execute an employee contract with Ramona Bivens as Chief Financial Officer, certainly Deputy County Administrator, and I believe our Chief Financial Advisor is on here as well. If y'all could just quickly share what this is all about to the board.
Well, Madam Chair, I'll start, and David, if you have any comments, please feel free. I believe the Board of Commissioners were able to speak with Mrs. Ramona T. Bivens. She is a candidate for the Chief Financial Officer for Douglas County. I'm excited about this possibility. Tiffany and I were able to interview Ms. Bivens as well. She's the outgoing Chief Financial Officer for Clayton County, and just has a rich background and experience in financial services. It actually has a doctorate in organizational development, a BA in business management, and a number of certifications with the Carl Vincent Institute of Government, all focused on finances. Again, myself and Tiffany, Assistant County Administrator Tiffany, were able to speak to Ms. Bivens roughly a few weeks ago, and came away very excited about the possibility of partnering with her and bringing on board a finance director / chief financial officer for the county that can help us to lead us into the future. So, David Corbin, if you're on, if you have any comments in reference to this, please feel free.
I don't believe he's here, but I thought he was here. I spoke with him earlier, so maybe he had something else.
Okay.
Board, any questions regarding this proposal to execute an employee contract with Ramona Bivens as Chief Financial Officer? Any questions? Okay. Vice Chair.
Yeah, I'll just make one comment as Chair of Finance. One, I want to thank, if the board so chooses to accept and confirm this nomination for our Chief Financial Officer, I want to thank the Terrorist group, as well as Rosalind Miller, who served as our director. You guys have been yeomen. Y'all have done a yeoman effort to play any role that we've asked you, from advisor to deputy to director. I mean, whatever we asked you to do, and we recognize that wasn't your responsibility. That's the Board of Commissioners and our government's responsibility to ensure we have somebody in place. We really appreciate you guys being a strategic partner, and so now I'm trusting that we'll finish. If the board so chooses tomorrow, this person is put in place that they'll be there through the end of the year to make sure we have a proper transition regarding this year's budget. We tried this time last year. What I do acknowledge about this particular candidate is that you've got to have county government experience. Well, I appreciate cities. A city structure is totally different than a county. The whole mindset is totally different. You have to deal with constitutional officers. You have to deal with a whole bunch of other things that normally the city is neatly tucked away in a corner, being cheerleaders, but we own everything. So that being said, I want to just acknowledge the fact that we're finally going to have somebody that we think will guide us into the future and advance us financially. So I just want to make that comment. Thank you guys. But tomorrow the vote is obviously just about the candidate. But thank you, Terminus. Thank you, Director Miller. Madam Chair, I yield the floor.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. If there are no other comments, we're going to move to grants and see if I can shoot up those.
Just one, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Mitchell.
Hey, Mr. Perry. Is this one? I had a chance to speak with her, which I think she's an excellent choice. But however, when does this start date? Is it immediately? Go ahead.
Commissioner Mitchell, we are shooting for Monday, July 25th.
And we'll keep Rosalind and the team, David, those guys around until the end of the year, like I heard Vice Chairman Robinson say earlier. Is that sort of the plan, or?
That is correct.
So they'll run parallel?
They'll run parallel, and there should be some time for Rosalind to help onboard Ms. Bivens and bring her up to speed as to the county's finance and the finance function.
Great. Okay. That's all I need to know. And really, I just want us to say that so we can all be on the same page of kind of how this will transition, because I think Rosalind and David has done an excellent job, and I just don't want to just throw Ms. Bivens into the fire like that. So, but give her some time, give her some help, give her some, get her feet wet type of a deal. So thank you. I'll yield. Thank you, sir. I yield, Madam Chair.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell. All right, board, let me just see if we can choose some of these grants down, and they're pretty self-explanatory. Tab number 10 is authorization to accept a grant in the amount of $115,200 from the BGA Adult Drug Court Discretionary Grant Program with a local match of $28,800 to be funded through existing budget, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Tim Pruitt, I believe you just have this, he will just kind of massage it, and then board, if you have any questions, we'll go from there. You have the floor, Director Pruitt.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Board of Commissioners, County Administration. This is us taking $28,000 and turning it to $115,000 for extended release naltrexone medication. It's a life-saving medication to help us fight the opioid epidemic. I'm available for questions.
Any questions, board?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Guyder.
Explain what this drug is. Is this to wean you off of things like meth or opioids?
Madam Guider, a great question. Naltrexone and extended release naltrexone, which this grant will be funding, is an opioid blocker. It is not a narcotic. It is not an opioid. It literally seals off the opioid receptor in the brain so that the devastating effects of opioids are no longer felt. So it does reduce cravings, but it also negates the effect of heroin, morphine, fentanyl on the body.
Is there any drug that offsets meth?
There is some preliminary findings about naltrexone with methamphetamine use reducing cravings, but nothing that reduces the effect of methamphetamine. What this medication does is not only reduces the cravings for opioids, but also reduces and blocks the effect of an opioid.
Okay, thank you. I was just curious because I have a lot of people call me about meth. So,
absolutely.
Thank you.
Any other questions, board? All right. Thank you, Mr. Pruitt. We're going to move on to number 11, authorization to apply for the BJA FY 2022 Edward Byrne Memorial Justice Assistant Grant Program local solicitation in the amount of $14,543, no match requirement, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Director King.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning, everyone. This is our annual grant that we get to help support our LINK program and resource guide that we put out every year. Pretty easy.
Any questions, board? No match required.
No.
Thank you. We're going to move on. Thank you, Director. We're going to move on to tab number 12, authorization to accept the FY23 CJCC Juvenile Justice Incentive Grant in the amount of $221,688 with no match required to be used to support evidence-based programs for medium and high-risk youth educated in juvenile court. Amend the budget and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Director King.
Yes, ma'am. This is our Juvenile Justice Incentive Grant that we utilize the funds for programming specifically to this population of youth coming through our system, and there is no match on this one as well.
Okay. Any questions, board, about this?
Madam Chair?
Okay, Vice Chairman Robinson.
Yeah, real quick, a prior question, Director King, you said link and you said resource guide. Is that a hard copy? When you said
yes.
Is it a little small booklet that we get, or is it something
It's
else?
a 8.5 by 11 book, and it's also available online. I think
It
it's
is
on-
online. That's what I was trying to get at. Okay, so it is online. Can we get? I'll get that offline. Can you send me a link to that offline?
Absolutely.
Thank you,
Okay.
ma'am. You got it. Madam Chair, you. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Director King. This is a good grant, certainly for our high-risk youth. That was something I mentioned in the state of the county. Thank you. We're going to move on to tab number 13, approval to accept the First Amendment of the Aging sub-grant agreement with Atlanta Regional Commission, ARC, in the amount of $157,500 with a local match of $31,500 to be funded through existing budget, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final regular review. Director Roberts, you have the floor.
Good morning, Madam Chair, Commissioners, and citizens. Yes, ma'am. This is our first additional change to add the funding that we use for the voucher program, and so we just need to get this authorized and move forward. This is something that kind of slipped through the cracks back in March, but now we're on track, and we definitely want to get that funding. Just as an FYI, we are also bringing forward next month another grant that because they changed the fiscal year at ARC, so we are supplementing that, and I'm very excited about this because we had a fantastic outreach to the seniors last week. We have another one coming up this Friday for our travel training, so we're really reaching out and trying to get people into the voucher program, and this will help fund that. I'm available for questions.
Thank you, Director Roberts. Any questions for Director Roberts? Commissioner Guider.
Yes, thank you, ma'am. Ron, the planning sessions that you are supposed to be having,
Yes,
is there anything in the western side?
yes, ma'am.
We don't have a senior center over here, so.
I know, but we do have the Dog River Library, which is a fantastic facility, and outreach was done previously to that. During our training session last week, I cornered Lindy getting a cup of coffee, and we are going to set something up for the Dog River Library, and I want that to go in your newsletter. I want it to go out to the citizens because part and parcel of what we're doing with the travel training, not just educating the seniors and the general public about not just the voucher program, but also Connect Douglas. So we definitely want to have the citizens there. And just as another surprise, we are actually moving forward through the Transportation Subcommittee tomorrow to start the discussion on the transit plan, which is, I think I've spoken with every commissioner and Madam Chair, and we all agree that needs to move forward. So this is a wonderful opportunity to meet with the public and start getting that feedback. But it will be very intensive. I think 2023 will be the year for transit.
How many vouchers will this accommodate, this request today?
Just some numbers so you have an understanding. We have 10 vendors that actually are private vendors that actually perform the trips with these vouchers. We have 95 clients, 50 are active. We provide approximately 400 trips per month, and we have 73 people on the waiting list. My directive to staff, Madam Guider, is we are contacting all the people on the waiting list the next couple of weeks to see if there's still interest. And of course, as we do these travel training events and more people learn about it, we anticipate that there'll be an interest in coming to us and going through that process for the vouchers.
I would like to suggest, we have a huge senior complex on Connors Road out here, and they may have a pavilion where Connors Road across from the shopping center.
Yes,
and,
I know
that may be a good place to meet some seniors that are not being serviced very well. Now the new program, the new thing coming down with the transportation, is it the FTA grant or something like that you were talking about?
This is money that we get from the Agency on Aging through the Atlanta Regional Commission for the for the grant that does the voucher program. So yes, it is FTA funding.
Now, the transportation thing that's coming down in the future, will that provide additional vouchers?
If you're talking about the transit plan, that I'll be bringing that forward hopefully after a successful review by the transportation subcommittee tomorrow. We want to get that going as soon as possible. That would be probably the first work session in August that we bring that, so we can get started on that. But it will be during the course of the 12 months. We'll be looking at the holistic transit system, interviewing and having pretty much a year-long discussion with the citizens of Douglas to find out what exactly options will fit. So it has the potential that if people want more vouchers, or they want dial-a-ride, or they want mobility on demand, or they want circulators in Villa Rica and Lithia Springs, if they want these things, these are the items we're going to be looking at. So it'll actually be a complete, comprehensive look.
And one last question. Is this the maximum number of vouchers we can get under this grant here?
This is what this is our allotment. That's kind of divvied out amongst the Atlanta metro counties. One of the things that I mentioned earlier in the discussion is that they're going to a different fiscal year. So they opened up some additional funding opportunities, and we applied and received. I found out this morning we did receive it, so I'll be bringing that item forward, which would extend and create the opportunity for more vouchers. So that's correct.
I'm presently working on my newsletter, but I can do another one later on if you'll give me a heads up about these meetings and the locations, because I need it.
Absolutely. Let me commit to getting you that what we have right now and what we're actually doing. So setting up the dates for Dog River. But when I talk to Lindy, I understand that their reading program wraps up this week, so we pretty much have got the space we need there. And I will also look at the senior center that you mentioned on Connors Road and some other places. But I'll send you what I got right now, and we will also update you and keep you and all the other commissioners informed on these events.
Okay, because the newsletter was going to go out probably today or tomorrow. That's how far along I am, and it's quite lengthy. I've got 8 columns, so they're mostly short ones, but I don't like to have it too big because it gets in their spam box sometimes.
I understand.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. I yield back.
Okay, thank you so much, Commissioner. Thank you. Any other questions for it? We have 2 more grants, and then I'm going to pivot right back to the agenda in order, which would be the SPLOS and T-SPLOS finalization. These should be relatively quick, but I don't want to say that in advance. Board of Commissioners tab number 14 is authorization for Douglas County Sheriff's Office to apply for the FY 2020 EDA, which is Economic Development Administration, Public Works and Economic Adjustment Assistance Programs, includes CARES Act funding grant in the amount of $10 million for Workforce Development Training Center for a Workforce Development Training Center project. The Douglas County Reentry and other program initiatives, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. We have our Colonel Pounds here this morning. Are you here?
Good morning. I am here.
Lieutenant Pounds, you have the floor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Major Matt Gray is actually going to be presenting this. He and Lisa Williams have been working with this grant, so Major Matt Gray will actually present this one.
Okay. Major Matt Gray, you have the floor. Just brief the board on what this request is all about. Your mic is muted, Matt. Lieutenant, maybe he stepped away, but I'll just go on to the next one, and then I'll just have to pick him up later. We're going to move on to tab number 15, board, which is authorization for Douglas County Sheriff's Office to accept FY 2020 SCAAPs, which is State Criminal Alien Assistance Program funds in the amount of $34,449 and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Lieutenant Colonel Pounds, can you take this one for us?
Yes, ma'am. This is actually, like you said, the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program. This is a program administered by the Bureau of Justice and the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement, otherwise known as ICE. It provides payments to facilities that incur the cost for housing undocumented criminal aliens with at least one felony charge or 2 misdemeanor charges and were incarcerated for a period of at least 4 consecutive days. SCAP funds can only be used for correctional purposes. We're currently using ours to pay for training for our correctional officers and more recently for training for the re-entry program that's ran by Lisa Williams.
Okay, is there a match required, Lieutenant?
No, ma'am.
Okay, good. No match required. We like to hear that. Any questions, board? All right, thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Pound.
Madam Chair, I have
Yes.
Major Gray right here in my office.
Okay. Major Gravy, okay, I'm quite sure if you could just quickly brief the board, and then I'm gonna move on to my, the regular, routine of the schedule. I'm gonna follow the outline as presented to me. So you have the floor, Major Gray, and I can read it again briefly so the board will know what you're getting ready to brief them on. Board of Commissioners, again, is authorization for Douglas County Sheriff's Office to apply for FY 2020 Economic Development Administration's Public Works and Economic Adjustment Assistance Program, including CARES Act funding in the amount of $10 million for Workforce Development Training Center project for the Douglas County Reentry and other program initiatives, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Major Gray, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Board of Commissioners. We are just seeking approval to apply for this grant. This will be for a sheriff's precinct / workforce development training center. And I want to talk about this on 2 parts. The first part is for the precinct. We were looking at putting this on the west side of the county. We have, at nighttime, we created Zone 8, which is a fair play area, but we've also got Zone 3 and Zone 1, which is also on the west side of the county. And our deputies really need a place in the evenings to be able to sit down, do reports, receive some of their online training, do the things that they need in the evening. They need a safe place to do that without having to come all the way up to our office. We've been using the fire department here and there for things in the evening, but we don't want to go in late at night, waking them up. So we're looking to build a precinct for the west side of the county and also use this building for the inmate reentry and training program. This will be used to reduce our recidivism. It would be for the community resource. We can hold children's activities there, public safety classes, stuff for our senior citizens on that side. We could use this in conjunction with our HEAT program for seatbelt safety checks, car seat inspections, and so forth. So really, right now, this is just asking for the commission to apply for the grant. I'm sure you're going to have questions, and I'll do my best to answer.
Okay, thank you so much. Major. Any questions for the commissioners for Major Gray? So we love grants. So thank you, Major Gray, for just working with the sheriff's office to pursue this grant. Commissioner Gotti, you have the floor.
Thank you, and this is something I recommended. If we have a list of things for any new splash, but will it be located around the Dog River area since we have 800 acres out there undeveloped?
Yes, ma'am. That was our thoughts and our idea was to come in right next to the library there at Dog River. And,
Okay. That'd be an ideal place because it'll cover Fairplay as well as the midsection. My district is the largest district as far as territory. And we need as much over here as we can get. So I'm glad to see this coming down as a grant.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair?
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Guider. Vice Chairman, you have the floor.
Yeah, I appreciate all the messaging that's going into this little commentary. This is going to be interesting because I got to get right at this. Like, okay, now what now? What y'all about to go do? $10 million. Now, how does that going to impact what's already being considered? And what's the match on this? And what we're about to commit to? And y'all about to do what out there? All these little programs? I'm like, look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. But I appreciate it. Economic development, and the sheriff, you're using an economic development grant to fund, like, okay, I get the creativity. I get it. We read things like, okay, we're going to apply for that grant. And I just, it's one of those where.
Need everyone to mute their mics, please.
Yeah. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
No, I'm fine. I think again, all this is why you need input. That's why you need a single view of everything. Your money, your data, your assets. Right? And I mean, again, I'm just hearing this for the first time. I'm like, okay, now that, to the board, y'all listening to this? There's posturing, there's positioning. I don't know if I agree where it needs to go yet. So you're asking me for permission for something like, well, I don't know if I'm there yet. It doesn't work that way. We got a list of things to get done. I'm seeing a huge squeeze to the west. Like, that ain't gonna come off like that. Because you got other places that need things too. And you just help the conversation. Right? You only have so much. $10 million, 30% max. You ain't giving enough data, but I'm just going to assume what I normally historically know. Okay, that's $2-3 million there, guys, off the cuff. How y'all gonna get there? This is a facility that we ain't even talked about yet. Now what now? We coming soon. I made my comment. I got no problem. Y'all work through this. I'm like the board curious. I have no position. Y'all gonna do this. Y'all gonna own this. So I'm out, Madam Chair. I just wanted to make my point. Okay, pay attention. Quit making promises that you can't keep or that you're not willing to do. Stand up. You only got $1. And I appreciate it. But thank you. Lieutenant Colonel, you guys are on point. I get it. I get it. This has nothing to do with y'all per se. This has to do with this board.
Thank you, sir.
Yep, and we'll figure it out, man. So we appreciate it. Madam Chair, we yield. We're good. Thank you.
Commissioner Guider.
Seems like everybody attacks it when it's going to be in District 4. But I do want to remind this board that District 3 Commissioner is proposing a $10 million library. I think this is more important than a library. So, and it's money that was awarded to law enforcement, not to us. So go for it. Thank you. We need it down there. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner. All right.
Madam Chair, no, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, may I?
Vice Chairman.
Yeah, I mean, I get that's what I'm saying. You got to get, we got all this filler stuff. Nobody's attacking anything the way you laid into that part. It's sort of not you, only me. But where were you 5 years ago? Where were you? All of a sudden, everything's coming up, and everybody, what about this? I got like, okay, but where was your voice in your last 6 months walking out the door? Now you want to get.
Since I didn't yield back, I will say I was at the meetings that were being held in District 4.
Madam Chair, you gave me the floor.
No personal attacks, y'all.
You always attack me. I was at the meetings in District 4.
No,
and the people know I was there.
Let it go. I got the floor. I'm not attacking. Like
I didn't yield.
Madam Chair, give you the floor. Madam Chair, control the meeting.
I am trying to, if y'all would allow me to. Commissioner, you were finished, so I know you.
Yes, and so she moved to the floor.
So just keep talking until we can move on. And I don't think we have anybody else.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Nobody's attacked me. It's always that you throw bricks and then you want to act like you're innocent when it's thrown back at. Like, okay, if you want to debate. We will debate the proposition. We'll debate the policy. We can shred that. That's what it is. It's not about the person. But you try to act like we're hitting you personal. It's not. We're articulate and educated enough to be able to talk about, like, no, I don't know if I agree with that policy position. It has nothing to do with what we're looking for. What was your position during the time period that we weighed in? Where was it? It didn't manifest. There was no lobbying. There was nobody agreed. And we're not obligated to anything. You're going to have to learn in 6 months how to work with your peers. There's no entitlement. We're not playing with this. You're going to have to learn how to work with it. It's all of us. If you think it's just going to go without like even acknowledging, it's easy. It might be okay, what you can use honey, you can use vinegar. I mean, it's a different way to approach things. But when you say the board, like, well, I'm involved in the board. I don't speak for nobody else. I don't speak for nobody else. I speak strictly for District 2. And I'm listening to this narrative. And I'm like, wow. We all can rerun the tapes. We all know the historical. And I'm fine. It's like, well, I don't know if I'm quite finished with District 2 yet. Now, I'm pretty built out. But please know that, well, my vote don't matter where something goes. It's going to matter. Don't need much. Done. But please don't feel as though there's some entitlement. Please know that you got to learn how to talk to each other. Because when we're attacked about what's being done, and now that's supposed to like cut us up and then open it up for why you should be done. Like, okay, do you listen to yourself? Do you listen to your own language? It's only in defense. I don't occupy territory. But if you step to me and your minions, you're going to get checked. Like, don't act innocent. I'm not sure. I made my point. I was just like, it wasn't, I get to weigh in. See, that's my point. I get to weigh on something I didn't, where's this coming from? I'm allowed to weigh in. And so now it's attacked like, no, it wasn't. But we all get to coexist. All 5 of us are sovereign, independently elected. Nobody has rank, ain't no mayor, ain't no veto. We're all equal. Everybody weigh in, take your corner. But please don't marginalize and invalidate the others because we weigh in that may be different. That's my point. Everybody weigh in. Your First Amendment goes forth and mine goes forth. They coexist. Now, the question is you got to look at that board and say, okay, do 3 of them come together to move anything forward? See, the point is, if only you see the world that you think this is like 70 years ago, it's a small community, and all you see is what you see, then you're missing the point that it was 70,000 people that moved out there. And they've got different views and different perspectives. And so their voice is being represented. And so it's like we all get to coexist. Everybody. Voice gets to coexist. And so now we got representation. Now y'all will wait for it. So I just want to work in on something that said economic development. Wait a minute, I'm chair of that. Like, okay, where's this grant coming from? Now, why are we using SHIP? Now, this is creative, but it wasn't an attack. It's like, okay, now what we about to go do? And we're going to weigh in, and then just because you came up with it, you don't got to get buy-in. You got to get buy-in. That's my only point. Like, okay, what are y'all about to do? And what are y'all about to go try to obligate us to? And you'll put all this against you to try to squeeze out other stuff? Like, okay, I'm fine. I wasn't attacking. But the point is my voice does matter. It matters. Let me try to make my point. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Board of Commissioners, certainly as we continue to move forward with Commissioner Carpenter.
Thank you. I will be short. Lieutenant Colonel Pounds or Lieutenant Gray?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
Major Gray.
Okay. My question to you is in regards to the grant. Is this grant just is it up to $10 million. So is it that you could possibly get 10 million, but it could be less?
This grant is actually up to $30 million, and we put together an estimate to do what needs to be done for this precinct and development center. We think it would take roughly $10 million. So we're sticking that in the grant.
Okay. And this is all for one facility, not 4 facilities throughout the county, but just one facility in particular in the 4th district is where you're looking at?
Yes, ma'am. The reason for that is we have a east side precinct, which is on Thornton Road. And we have the sheriff's office here off of Highway 92, which is kind of in the middle. But we have no resources for our deputies on the west side. So that's why we were looking to go to the west side of the county to help those employees out, to keep them from having to leave their work zone to have to come so far up here. By having that precinct, that keeps them in that area of the county. They can take care of training and business and eating and things that they need to do in a secured area, but still be able to respond to emergency calls in a timely manner and keep our citizens safe.
Is it possible that you all, because I know if this is part of the plan to have a workforce development, is it possible that you all have looked at the demographics to know, like, how would teens and others get to that part of the county when there really isn't good transportation up that way? I understand what you're saying, and it does make sense. My only comment or question would be for you to look at the logistics of that. Logistics of how would the very people that you want to help in economic development, which is those that you want to train, how would they get there? And then secondly, how about not spending it all in one particular building, but possibly splitting that up so that you have multiple facilities around the county that can actually help with recidivism rates, which is, I think, our overall goal. We don't want to keep locking people up because it costs the county so much money, right? And so if we could get a grant, which is, I think this is a great use of it, which it could benefit you all by making sure that the employees that you have in the sheriff's department have a place that's close to where they're being and they are, but then also utilizing it for the benefit of the county. That means those particular individuals who wouldn't utilize those services. I wish you all would do another look at this and incorporate some of everything that I've said in terms of logistics, in terms of transportation, in terms of the demographics, and in terms of how can we spread this $10 million if we get it to the benefit of the entire county, not just one particular section. Is that something?
So the bulk of this grant will be for the inmate reentry program, and I'm gonna let Ms. Lisa Williams talk a little bit about that and how that works.
Good morning or good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I was hearing you talking about the demographics, and the reason why we were kind of looking at the west side, not only for the precinct, but for the resource center. We have so much on this side. The city, they have their program. You have Jesse Davis Park. You have a lot of things on this side, east side of the county, but there's nothing on the west side. So I know you were thinking about transportation, but I was thinking about the community as well over there. Maybe it'd be something closer to them instead of coming all the way in town. That's what that part is. And also the money would be going for the reentry program, which we've been, it's been going on since 2018 here at the sheriff's office, but we want to expand it to make it more sufficient. So that also, that 10 million, some of that money is going to the reentry program as well, which we would use the facility for some of the programs like the workforce training and the jail. So that's what the total 10 million is for.
Okay, so Ms. West, to that point in regards to transportation,
Mm-hmm.
the people who are in the West, are there because they do have transportation, they do have cars. So, and they moved out there because they kind of want it to be remote, right? They don't want pretty much transportation out there, right? I've talked to a lot who actually don't even want paved roads, right? They're okay with, they just want us to upkeep the gravel roads that they do have. So there's somewhat of a disconnect. Again, I do understand that we need to put resources, you know, in areas where our constituents are. But have you looked at the demographics? Have you looked at the data that states that this is where we need to put this in regards to recidivism? Not just because there's nothing out there, but there needs to be data that actually proves that this is where it needs to go, and it will benefit the population that we need it to benefit, not just because it looks cute on the west side or because one commissioner states that she wants it on the west side. It has to benefit the entire community. And yes, we do have stuff at Deer Lick Park, but that's the city. There is nothing in District 3 that even remotely helps with workforce training development. And then my second question, that have you talked to our workforce development within Douglas County? Have you worked with them to see if this is a program that they can also come in and help you guys with? Like, there's a lot here, and a lot of times with Ms. West, we work in silos. And I just wish, and I've said this many times, so I'm not coming down on you. I hope you don't take it this way. But because we work in silos, we miss a lot of opportunities to do things in collaboration, and we end up spending money on something that we've already got in the county. We're duplicating efforts. And that's a waste of the taxpayer funds. Even this grant is taxpayer funds. So again, you know, I wish you guys would kind of go back to the board. I you know, applaud you for doing this. I applaud you for thinking outside the box. But let's just be comprehensive in our thoughts when we're doing these types of things. Because again, it's going to come back to the Board of Commissioners. We're going to have to be able to fund this. We're going to have to be able to upkeep this. We're going to have to be able to ensure that whatever you put, wherever you put it, we can manage it, and we can put it in the budget. So these are types of conversations that I'm hoping we're having across the board with our Deputy County Administrator, with our Assistant County Administrator, with the Chairman and the BOC. But I yield, and I look forward to further discussions in regards to this. Thank you, Lieutenant Colonel.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much, Lieutenant Colonel Pounds, and also Major Gray, for coming today just to bring this grant opportunity before the Board of Commissioners. Certainly, grants, in my opinion, are something that we really need for the county, and certainly would ask if y'all could go back and explore some opportunities to expand or to make it more comprehensive. But I do not want to negate the fact that we need a precinct in that area. That's something that's been in discussion for quite a while. I thought something was already moving along the Dog River area, because it's not acceptable for our certainly our deputies to have to go to the fire department at 2 o'clock in the morning to use the bathroom or to get a cup of coffee or something of that sort. So if we could continue to explore that precinct, and I believe it was a separate subject, and I'll follow up with the sheriff, just talk to him, but this grant, if we could just go in and explore some of the concerns that were stated today, Lieutenant Colonel Pounds, but that precinct needs to, I hope we're still going to move forward with that. You need a precinct for our deputies in that area. Okay, and as we continue to we certainly do not want to draw lines. We're going to draw circles in the words of my friend Andre Dickens, Mayor Andre Dickens. I like that. We're not going to draw lines, because I don't see lines in Douglas County. We are all one big family. So thank you, Lieutenant Colonel Pounds, and board. We're going to move back to.
No, I'm back here. I just have one question.
Okay, Commissioner Mitchell, you have the floor, and then we're going to move on to round.
Lieutenant, is this $10 million, if I heard you correctly, is this all just brick and mortar and/or programs, or is it, as stated, it's about the precinct, or it's about a combination of all? So I can make sure I understand the grant true purpose of what we're trying to do here, basically.
Okay, Major Gray, could you respond to Commissioner Mitchell's question?
Yes, ma'am. It is both. It's this would cover the precinct side and the community portion of the building. It would help. This money also helps fund the program, which we've already had in place, but it helps us take it to another level as far as getting and working with our inmates on their reentry into society and to reduce the recidivism. It also includes the operational costs for the first year of that location.
Gotcha. And that's what I was getting at. So the operational cost is covered for that first year, but after that, then you know what the numbers would roughly be that we'll be picking up after that.
I do not know those, sir. I do know that this grant is ongoing and can be reapplied for year to year. And of course, the next year it wouldn't be that much. We would just apply to re-up the grant for the operational costs from year to year until that grant's no longer available.
I still think we probably should or want to know kind of what that would look like or what that possibly could be, because what we don't want to do is run into the mere fact of not being prepared for the operational costs, potentially not getting the grant. So at least, you know, we can prepare it within our budget if that's the case. Not, you know, I don't want to get caught off guard by not knowing that number and what that looks like or what the potential could be, because if we get the grant every year, and that's great. But if we don't get it, I don't think you guys want to stop the funding, not stop the funding, you wouldn't want to stop the programming of what you guys are doing, correct?
That is correct.
So let's, if you can, you know, if we can find out what the potential numbers could be after a year, or what we might be looking at, so finance can kind of start looking as to, and procurement can looking at to what those numbers are and where we're going to get those funds from if it becomes on our, you know, out of our budget, basically. So, okay. I'll yield there. Thank you again, and I appreciate it. I yield, Madam Chair.
All right, thank you so much, Commissioner Mitchell. Those were some good points. All right, well, we're going to move on to the scheduled order of this agenda. Board of Commissioners, I'm going to move back to tab number 5. And thank you again, Lieutenant Powers and Major Gray. Board of Commissioners, we have the SPLOST and T-SPLOST finalization, and I will ask our Vice Chairman to lead it, certainly as our Chair of the Finance Committee, certainly Vice Chair, I would ask if you lead this for us today as we lead the discussion. And also we have David Corbin here, and also our Deputy County Administrator. I would like, let me allow our Deputy County Administrator to tee the discussion up, and then I'll yield to you, Vice Chair. You have the floor, Deputy County Administrator.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, we've had a couple of conversations that in the past commission meeting that has gotten us to this point. We have made it clear to the citizens of Douglas County how important the SPLOST program is for the county and to move the county forward. Right now, we are looking at projects, major projects in the area of transportation, fire and EMS, and parks and recreation, that have allowed us to do some things that has moved the county forward light years without that we could have done without them. So right now, the current SPLOST that we have in place will be ending in April of 2023. And all of the conversation that we've had in the past and currently hopefully will serve to allow the Douglas County citizens to renew the county SPLOST and help us for another 6 years to help us to continue to move along this vein. Staff is on hand, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, County Attorney Coleman, our Interim Finance Director, Rosalind Miller, Chief Financial Advisor David Corbin, and our SPLOST team, our SPLOST Program Manager, I believe Terry Gable is on, as well as the current SPLOST Communication Director, David Good, to help provide any necessary information that we need in order to move this conversation forward. Vice Chair, certainly I want to yield to you to move the conversation forward. And hopefully, I think, Madam Chair, that 5, 8, and 9 are all interrelated. And County Attorney Michael Coleman will handle 8 and 9 for you. But Vice Chair, I yield to you to move forward with the conversation surrounding the SPLOST, T-SPLOST finalization.
Thank you, Deputy County Administrator. Deputy, out of all those people you mentioned, who will help facilitate this? Director Miller, who would you recommend to support what I'm about to say?
It would be David Corbin and Rosalind Miller.
Correct.
But I need one person. All right, Director Miller, you got me? Director Miller, I need you to acknowledge.
Yeah,
All right. So Director Miller, there was a spreadsheet that was shared with the full Board of Commissioners this morning. Do you have a copy of that?
I do.
All right. So then we'll start there. Then I'm good to go. You and I will just flow with this. To the public and the full Board of Commissioners, I am just here to facilitate a conversation. As Deputy County Administrator just stated, we've come to the end of our current SPLOS, and the question becomes, what will we do? That SPLOS will end in April of next year, but for the most part, we have a list of things that need to get done. I want to acknowledge a couple of firms that have helped us analyze our needs. This administration has acknowledged that a lot of our assets have aged. Some of our public infrastructure has aged. And we recognize that, okay, now we're awakened and we're present on what will we do? Yes, we are. Yes, taxation is a going forward on citizens. Whether we impose property taxes or the citizens by referendum impose a sales tax on themselves. At the end of the day, they now have taxes that need to be applied and appropriated somewhere. The question is, well, what is the need of the community? As you guys know, last year we engaged Lionheart Consulting, Lion the Savage, who did a strategic planning process for us. And they went out and engaged all 4 commission districts, including Board of Commissioners, asking citizens what were our priorities for the county. If we were to choose going forward for the next 5, 10 years, what is our priority? Now, with that, they laid out a set of priorities. So let me start with that. For our, one more time, whether it's Director Miller or Madam ACA, what were the priorities that the strategic plan put forth for us that the public weighed in on, that the board codified through a resolution? I know some of our attorneys, some people weren't here during this period of time, but pay attention to the work product that we've done. Can somebody answer the question? What was the priorities that the citizens said that we should be focused on?
Good morning, Vice Chair. So the priorities that we have that the citizens stated that we should focus on, number 1 was public safety, number 2 was infrastructure, number 3 was economic development, 4 was public health, and finally we have recreational facilities and programs.
Right, so in that order. Right, so we're very clear on what the public has told us, what their priorities are. Very clear. We understand that public safety, infrastructure, or / for transportation. What was saying again one more time? Public safety, economic development, health and welfare, and parks and rec.
That's correct. It's public safety, infrastructure, economic development, public health, and then recreational facilities and programs.
Got it. So let's check that box. We know that there was a consultant that was engaged, third party independent of us, that engaged the public and gave us priorities. Check. Now, with that, we recognize that there is a bigger need in the county. We recognize that we've never had a formalized, mature way of even aggregating a single view of our needs. All right. So we recognize that there's a lot of work that needs to be done. So we thank Terminus for David Corbin's group for going out to all the elected officials and all of our department heads to try to aggregate just capital needs, not our annual budget needs, not our paying salary needs. We're talking about capital, big ticket items. How are we going to go about doing this? So first of all, we did a needs assessment on that. And obviously, everybody weighed in, and you guys, as a board of commissioners, got the list 2 weeks ago. You know what the list is. You know what the priorities are. All right, so check. We know what the broad capital needs of the county are. We also know that we engaged BBH. We spent, what, $600,000 on transportation for those who didn't know that this was important, because the public told us that, okay, look, we will experience our tax dollars on a daily basis. Now, how are we going to pay for this? The sheriff asked the question, it wasn't appropriate to answer at that time, but what's the difference between public safety and transportation? Well, they both are expensive. And they both historically have been forced us to take it, out of our checking account. Ain't enough money. Enough money. But VBH, and what they did, went out and did this CTP, and it came back and says that, the needs of the county from a transportation perspective is $2 billion, and you, Commissioner, y'all want to put $773 million over 20 years. Those are the facts. That's how much your infrastructure costs. So it's both. So how are we going to get about doing this? Well, in the wisdom of the General Assembly, they give us some funding options. They give us what's called a SPLOST, Special Purpose Local Option Sales Tax, that says that you can put up an extra penny by every dollar or 1%. Leave a penny in the box to help fund these big capital items that you can't do in your check account. Those are a whole bunch of pennies. But it works. Not only just for regular general capital stuff, they also allow you to do it for that what? Transportation. You can do a second penny. And on top of that, you can do a third penny because those things are expensive. And Sheriff, I get it. You trying to put transportation and public safety in the same bucket. Now, how y'all gonna do this? Right, you get squeezed. Right, so this conversation is simply about, guys, we recognize, and for the public, and I need somebody to pull up that, Rosin, put up that initial bucket, that initial page for, let's talk about, to my peers, our SPLOST only. We recognize what the categories were. Rosin, why are you doing that? David, good. Can you tell us what the original SPLOST was? Can somebody run that number down for us, just by way of comparison? What was the original SPLOST category percentages, please?
Yes, the SPLOST categories were fire EMS at 32%, transportation at 51%, and parks and rec at 17%. That made a total of 100%.
Right, so what, 51%, 32%, and 17%?
Yes, sir.
All right, I can remember that. All right, so that's what you did 5 years ago, Board of Commissioners. Regardless, it's the Board of Commissioners administration. Even if you came after, that's it. So now the question is, how do we now capture this big old need of things? How do we re-up and really tackle it? So now at this point, we know what the categories are. Pup told you. Ain't nothing hard to focus on that. They told you. They ain't get into detail that this is what I want you to go focus on. Public safety obligation. Got it. Say loud and clear. Got it. Infrastructure right behind it or transportation. Got it. They're very clear. Economic development. Got you. They want balance. Public health is important. And of course, parks and recs. Library. Right? Well, public health can't be funded by this, so the four by default fall in these categories. We can shake them out however y'all want to. Again, your words, guys. I'm not trying to go there. But simply now we're here, we're looking at these categories that Rosin is putting up. And right now, guys, all we're looking to do is these are the categories that we believe that the public has picked. And what percentage would you lay out if you choose small to vote, to put on a referendum? You have to vote on the categories, and then number 8 and 9, obviously our county attorney will take. This should not be a hard exercise. You guys got the data. Commissioner Mitchell, Commissioner Goddard, we've been here. This ain't hard. You just got to pick a percentage on, okay, guys, in this mix this year, this time around, what's the weighting going to be? All right, so what I tried to do is take, now, just so what you see here is data that was provided by our I'm going to call them our financial advisor. I went blank. Our financial advisor. So that those are raw numbers that you see in what's called the ask. Those are raw numbers. Did I get the numbers right, Rosin Miller? Those numbers. I mean, this is y'all data, but this is the ask was based on those categories. They're the exact numbers. That's where those numbers come from. And so, if that's the total ask, Rosin, can you walk us through what you guys presented in that big quick packet in summary right here? Can you just walk us down those categories that are listed there and the dollar amounts, please, for the public?
Yes, I guess the start it was $248 million worth of requests, and we've identified that 207 million are eligible to be funded by SPLOST. So it looks like for the ask in column E for public safety was 48.3 million, transportation 82 million. We have parks and recreation, which includes the library, which is 32.3 million, and then we have facilities, infrastructure, which is 25 million. The total's 187 million.
But Rosin, back up. You got the wrong spreadsheet. The one that was sent out today, this morning.
Okay.
If you got the wrong one, please just go back. Like, okay.
Okay. Okay. In column E, public safety at 48.3, transportation at 82 million, parks and recreation with the library is 32.3 million, facilities, infrastructure, which is 45 million, which totals $207 million. It has been allocated based off of the total for a percentage. You have public safety at 23.3% of total, transportation at 39.5% of total. You have parks and recreation, which includes libraries, at 15.6%. And you have facilities infrastructure, which is at 21.7 million, which is 100% of the 207.
All right. So think with that. All right. So stay with me, board. That's what was submitted. That was what was allocated. Right. So those are raw numbers. They're real, and that's the percentage of allocation. So now that's $207 million that I asked, and we know that the average SPOS does not generate that much. It generates, and what our consultants advise us on, they had $115 million, which is our conservative number, that SPOS would generate over a period, 5 or 6 year period of time. We know the SPOS comes in above that, but we know better than to sit there and try to say you're gonna get that. So you have to do it conservatively. So we use the 115 million that this would believe that we would generate, meaning for the board. That means take the cities and all of that. That's for the board of commissioners. That's what this list is about, right? So it's only the board's take. 115 is about the right number. So we use that same percentages that you just saw based on what I don't have 207 million, but I got 115. Use those same percentages against what you got in your pocketbook. And so Rosalind, walk us down to what the appropriation would be just as is. Recognize we don't have $207 million. We only may generate 115 million. Can you walk us through those numbers now with those same categories?
Yes, with now getting the percent of total based off of the total of 115 million, and if you allocate the 23.3% to public safety, that would be 26.7 million. If you allocate the 39.50 to transportation, that would be 45.4 million. And if you allocate 15.60% to parks and recreation with the library, it's 17.9 million. And if you allocate 21.70% of the 115, you'll get 24.9 million for facilities and infrastructure, again, which totals the 115 million.
All right, so to my peers, I'm about to give the floor to you guys. The numbers are the numbers. You know the cost of different things. You know the cost. You only got so much money, right? But these are the percentages. So during this exercise, I hope you guys win. Mr. Mitchell, you know how you do, up or down, that enough. What I like to do is that for, using Commissioner Mitchell as example, weigh in on that park and rec. Okay, public safety, Commissioner Coffin, weigh in on that. I'll wait on transportation. And I mean, anybody can weigh in, but I'm really looking for you guys to help guide this conversation. Is that too much, too little? At some point, something's going to get compromised in this conversation, which means we're going to have to adjust. And so I'm sure we have diplomacy and decorum, because it ain't hard. We're not fighting each other over these numbers. The numbers are the numbers. And so we got to weigh in on, can we get all this stuff done with just a single SPLOST, or do we need to make room for it and do a T-SPLOST? We knew this was coming. We knew that the numbers were big enough. We did a study. So I'd rather tackle SPLOST first, and if you can get to some type of agreement, if not, you can go down to the T-SPLOST and give yourself room. But I want to do first things first. So I've got the floor. Does anybody, I got this, I'm facilitating, as Madam Chair says. So to my peers, does anybody want to weigh in on the percentages with the $115 million amount? Those are the categories. Those are the priorities. Rosalind's going to stand by, Madam AC, and they all going to listen to what we had to say. Everything's going to be captured, guys. But we need you to weigh in, and we need to get quickly to some point the numbers. And I have no dog in this fight. I just want to facilitate the conversation. So anybody want to weigh in? Else we'll go with these numbers as is and say, okay, you know, Michael, county attorney, write it up based on this, these percentages, and whatever words you want to use.
Yes, I want to.
Yes. Madam Guider, please weigh in. You have the floor.
Okay, I want to present something entirely different. In the past, up until the 2016 SPLOST was passed, it was not done by percentages. It was actually done by projects. The projects were listed, the location of them was listed, and there was no input from a citizens committee that was overridden like it was in the 2016. Now, when you go to percentages, it keeps the door open for manipulation by people, by the Board of Commissioners, whoever's in power. So they can move, delete, or add projects to the list if the list is not voted on by the public. If it was voted on by the public like it was prior to 2016, the list cannot be manipulated. And I suggest we go back to the old way of doing it, simply because that way we know what projects will go where. And a project cannot be taken away from one district and placed in another. But politics plays too big of a role with the percentages, because anything goes. It's kind of like a slush fund for the majority. So I suggest we don't go with percentages at all, but go back to listing the projects that we want to fund and the locations to which they go. So that is my recommendation.
Thank you for that. We currently have one consideration on the floor. I will come back to my full board of commissioners to ask them, do you want to concurrently change this? If you don't get enough people to support that, then we're going to stay where we are. Does any of the board of commissioners want to concur to go with a percentage? I mean, a different model, which is the prior model, she talked about project lists. Do we have concurrence to change this?
I have a question, Vice Chair, regarding the differences in the two, the percentages and a list. It's my understanding prior to 2016, with the list, there was a problem where, can you speak to some of the challenges that deals with the list? I'm just trying to wrap my mind so I can decide which way I want to go.
Right, so
because you've been here, and Commissioner Guider and Commissioner Mitchell, this is my first lost. So can you help me?
Yeah, I can, Madam Chair, and I'll give you context. The majority, and speaks of, you were in the majority during 2016. As Madam Chair just stated, this is her first loss. Right, so let's make sure we don't do a slight in trying to frame this. 16 was based on the prior administration. Madam Chair came to office on January 1st, 2017. That's important to delineate. The project list, okay, so the 2009 project was what? It was what we want to call a single item SPLOST, a jail, $150 million all in. Okay. The 2006 and 2007 SPOS failed because you had projects in there that everybody didn't agree with. It failed. The 2002 SPOS, okay, that was about execution. Oh, that's when the Quad Center got built by 40%. Oh, I got a history on all this. They said, okay, we're still building football fields 20 years later that I delivered at the other part, Boundary Waters. You have stuff that you don't deliver when you have project lists because now you're bound by it. Right? So you set things in motion and you're bound. Whereas in this case, if this gives you a little bit more flexibility, it says, okay, you ain't got enough, you got to cut it off. That's the difference. Right? And then things do change. Right? Yes, administrations do change. Yes, because then you got new people move out here, and yes, they win and says, okay, yes, they do change. Never be bound. Never be bound is my position. But again, all y'all will weigh in. You've got a list of projects that never were really delivered. They were overbuilt. You're bound by a referendum. All right, this gives you flexibility to figure this thing out. You don't even have full scoping of the project at the time. You don't even have full estimates. So if you commit to this list of projects and you don't have what it's like, you never went through a process like this, ever. This is an advanced process. We done went through this ratification. We got these big consultants came here. So we're very clear right now. So there's not no staff shenanigans and board of commissioners and stuff. Like, no, that's not true. This gives you flexibility. You heard what the mayor and them said. We were all in that open meeting. We talked about that SPOS at the beginning of this, about 3 or 4 months ago. No, we're still with categories. We're not making this difficult. And I disagree. So, Madam Chair, this ain't hard. Again, the question is, do you have concurrence to stop talking about what we're talking about and consider hers so we can move on? So, guys, does anybody else want to concur to consider something else? Right now, I do not have concurrence. We're going to stay on task with categories and percentages. All
Okay.
right.
Can I ask a question then?
Sure.
Under Parks and Recs, what is included in that? Is that a senior center?
Right. Well, in Parks and Rec, we were all provided the list by David Corbett and the aggregation. So that just simply is whatever was in there. All right. We now have taken a percentage of whatever that is. Now y'all have to work that out. It's just percentages. It's not what's in it. It's only what it's only what you can generate. It's not about what's in it. You can only generate whatever that percentage is of taxation. That's all. I mean, that's what this is about, guys. This is about the tax dollars. This is a conversation about taxes. And so that will only generate for that Parks and Rec. Guys, all y'all got is this amount of money. Now, what y'all determine as a board of commission, my peers, on what goes in that, but this is the only money you got. So this allows you to not repeat a list without understanding how much revenue you got to work with. You can't get ahead of right now. This is all you generate.
Will there be a citizens committee like before? Are we following the same structure where there's a citizens committee? Because their recommendations were overridden.
But again, they gave input. It's a recommendation. And
I'm just saying politics played in it, and you know it. I know it, and the citizens know it.
Okay, all right. So one more time, and I'm going to give you is ask and answer. The question is what? I'm not willing to answer that right now. I don't know that point. We're talking about this topic. We're just trying to solve this problem. I can't solve all the historical politics and the atmosphere that's been created by administrations. I cannot solve that right now. I get it. But let's stay focused on this simple here. All right, so I've answered the question. I cannot answer that right now because we're trying to solve the problem, which is, okay, guys, take the percentages, y'all call it. So anything else?
And in infrastructure, is that intersections or sidewalks or what?
Yeah, infrastructure is your transportation. We just use the language that obviously the citizens used in their strategic plan, but that's your transportation, yes.
Well, you got a transportation slot. So should they be combined?
Well, you say infrastructure and transportation.
Yeah, we've got 4 categories here.
Right.
And one of them is transportation and one of them is infrastructure.
Okay, no, those are separate. Transportation is transit. Infrastructure is your facilities. That's your facilities.
Okay.
Yeah, that's your facilities. So that's your facilities bucket.
Does that include intersections?
No, your intersections are in your transportation.
All right. But how are we going to keep the politics out of it?
Right. So it's just you got to pick a number. Let's I'll be honest. Commissioner Mitchell is very clear. We're in a work session in the Board of Commissioners down the hallway, and we had a very it was not really hard conversation. Y'all were in the majority. Let's be clear. Commissioner Mitchell said,
that can change in this next election.
Let me make my point. Let me make my point. Quit interrupting. I stop that. Don't interrupt. It's going to your advantage, to your point. And we're sitting here, and again, Commissioner Mitchell weighed in on the phone. He's like, okay, look, that's not enough. I got to get on that pocket. Like, look, that's not enough. You can't deal with 11% on the SPLOST. Listen to his intelligence. It's like, okay, guys. Now, again, you didn't have the data that you have today. And so my point was, okay, so he said 11% is not enough for Parks Rec. Now, he's a Park Rec guy. He grew up in football. I respect what he had to say. So I'm sitting there being the other minority member. Said, okay, that ain't enough. He said, well, maybe 17%. It would need to be close to that. Right? Now, he left the room. I'm out. Y'all can do what y'all can do. I'm like, okay, I had to respect what he said. Okay, so I carried this, like, okay, guys, y'all didn't listen. Let's just go ahead and adjust that. Well, Commissioner Robinson, what do you think we need to cut? I said, we got to cut transportation and cut, cut the firing. So we took three out one, because our original was 55. We cut 4 out that one, and we took a couple of them out of the other. Right? It was that simple. This should not be hard. And so my point is, if we respect each other's input, and simply like, and that majority, roll with it. That means me, you, Mike, and Tom in the room. He's gone. We knocked this thing out. It did like as long as this is taking to have this conversation, it was not hard. It's just weigh in on the number. The rest will take care of itself. The public will decide how much we do and don't do. This is not about us. This is the best decision we've ever done. Let the public call it. It's a referendum. Ain't no dictatorship, ain't no autocracy. The public will weigh in. All right, so again, I go back to my peers. The numbers are raw. There's been they're straightforward. You guys understand the spreadsheet. The staff is on standby. So again, you wait. Madam Goddard, now I'm going to just acknowledge. In the last time we talked in our finance committee, you mentioned that transportation needs to be higher than what that original number was at 57%. All right, so that was old categories. But again, you said it should be higher. Now, I'm going to use this just to facilitate this. Do you think that transportation should be less or more? Do you think public safety, weigh in, please? Like, so public safety is only going to get this amount. That's all the money you got for fire and sheriff. That's it.
You asking me?
Yeah, weigh in. What's the number?
Okay, transportation is very important to the public. Parks and Rec, 10 million of that 17.9 million is going to go to one library that only a few people is off the beaten path. So, and it's going to be twice the size of any library in the county. So, I think it ought to be taken away from Parks and Rec and added to transportation.
All right, so all right, real quick. So transportation, give me a number. All right, so Rosin, what's our current transportation number that's listed? In percentage-wise, just give me a percentage. Are you still out there?
51%.
No, Rosin.
I'm sorry. Yes. It is.
Go to appropriations. Go to the end columns.
For transportation, it's 39.50.
All right, so 30. All right. Well, how much percentage?
39.50.
All All right, so 39%.
In
How much?
2016, it was 51%.
All right,
That
so,
is correct.
all right. So you got 39%. Pick a number, Madam Guider. I'm giving you, like, I'm working with you. Pick a number. And Raza, I want you to capture all the board's comments. So, Madam Guider, just go down the list and call your percentage. And we're gonna respect everybody's voice. I've always been that with you. And every committee, like, no, put her voice on the table. So now call the percentages. So if you're gonna, here's your chance to weigh in, for everybody to see what your position is. Commissioner say, okay, let's see what everybody's position is. Pick one.
Well, out of transportation, I would add at least 11
Right,
more.
All right, so Roslyn, put a little column, for this, just put a 4 at the top. You're just gonna go across the right, and you'll capture everybody's comments. So okay, so for 4, we know that's District 4. You're gonna go down, and so Madam Guidance says take that up to 50% in transportation. All right, so you spread that over. You'll figure it out. 50%. And then okay, Madam Guidance, give us the rest. Weigh in. That's 50%. You only got 100%.
The infrastructure is still a puzzle to me as far as infrastructure. What all is included in that? Is that sidewalks?
All right, so all right, so what they call, it seems like it was facilities. So please weigh in, Roslyn. What was in your facility? That was an admin building.
It's just a admin building, and they call buildings just it's infrastructure, so it's a facility. So just think of a facility.
So admin, as you know, we just heard today, we've got input that sort of validated that, okay, that's $24 to $30 million just to build, and plus that, then you got the coroner, then you got other assets that you have to build. You have a performing arts, perhaps, you got, it's whatever. But the point is, whatever vertical it doesn't matter what vertical is. All you guys got money.
Well, today they reported that to build a new administration building, it's going to be 25 to 35 million. So this doesn't cover an admin building.
Again, it's about priorities. So pick it. Right. So you can't. What you're gonna see real quickly is how y'all gonna get there. And that means it's gonna be trade-offs. You have other funding mechanisms, but I mean, I need you to go through the exercise. But okay, but you still got to pick a number. So, all right, you got 50%. You got 50% to apply, Madam Guy. Spread out. I mean, there's no right or wrong.
But since I just got these figures, I'd like a day to look at them.
What figures?
These figures. She just sent them out today.
Well, you guys have had the data.
And I had a lightning strike my transformer outside my house. My home computer's messed up, and my internet's messed up.
All right, well, I get it. So we will codify that all you weighed in on is 50%. We're moving, guys. You can't. I need like, guys, y'all, this ain't hard. And it's like, okay, we got to tomorrow. This spreadsheet is just a tool to facilitate conversation. We've all had the data from these consultants when we spend all this money for quite some time. Now this is just an aggregate to make it easy for us. Right? But I got it. All right, so that's fine. So you build it. All right, so you 50%. That's all you want to do. You want to wait a day. You want to think about it. All right. So to my peers. All right. So Commissioner Carthen or Commissioner Mitchell, somebody shake this, please. Right now, so I'm like, do you leave it as is? Are you comfortable as is, or do you think we need to shake it? And I have no position. As you saw, those are just raw numbers, and the calculations are done automatically.
All right, I'll give a couple of numbers. I'll give a couple of scenarios.
All right.
Okay. So Rob, help me back, because definitely this category we need to stick, as I stated earlier, and I think hopefully you guys captured that when we spoke about this a meeting ago or two. So the categories, I think, that's the route, and I think the public understands that, and we create the projects within the categories to make the list above and below the lines, as we've done in the past. Yes, and it seems to be receptive. It seems very, the public seems to understand it and understand that we've got projects, Rosalind, correct me if I'm wrong, like about 250 200 plus million, but we only gonna be looking at 115 mil, correct?
That is correct.
So the problem is we've got the needs are great, but the dollars, as we all know, there's only a penny. And so we've got to manage the project within the categories. So my calculation and trying to stay close to what the public requests, public safety, and I think infrastructure, economic development, and I know Parks and Rec was somewhere in there as well, but I know that was one of the 4 or 5. Am I correct, guys? And that's probably for Tiffany and or Brad and those guys. Am I correct with those with that list? Anybody?
Yes, sir. You got them right.
Okay. So now with that, so my thoughts are if we definitely keep Parks and Rec at that same number, but we add to fire and EMS, we add the public safety piece and keep it at 32%. Or if you want to separate it, then you separate it out. If you want to put the sheriff and public safety in a category by itself, that's okay. But it'll be divided amongst that 32%. Pick a number, and then you take the transportation, a similar layout as well, and dealing with the economic development and or infrastructure. We can look at that 51%, and the way I broke it out was 44% with transportation, which would be a combination of the economic development and infrastructure, and 39% would be fire and EMS and public safety, parks at 17%, and then we've got the programming side of this. I think it was either 3 or 4%, if I'm not mistaken.
That's off the top.
Yeah, that's off the top. But I know there was a number in my head about the programming side of it, and we put the projects from within those categories, but we take the capital, the CIP, and put it over and take those projects that if we decide, which I wouldn't be supportive of doing it at the same time, but if we decide later to do another infrastructure, another SPLOST, T-SPLOST, then that's where that category will be pulled from the economic development and or infrastructure of that category of 44%, because those items will shift over in that scenario, and we probably should make that statement known. That's where those capital outlays will come from, or projects will come from. But outside of that, that would be my structure in a nutshell. But I think from what I just said, I covered all 4 or 5 public requests that I heard earlier.
All right, so to that point, let's confirm what Commissioner Mitchell said. I heard 39% for public safety. I heard 40.
Well, that was fire and EMS.
Oh,
that's not the
yeah, I'm just calling public. All right, so
okay,
yeah, I'll let
that's cool. That's fine.
Our committees, we said they were all together earlier this year, but
yes, okay.
Yeah. So the 39% for those guys. How about that?
Yes.
All right, so 39 for that, 40. Exactly.
4%.
Yep, 44% is for on his column, Rawson. So for column 1, you now have 44, 39, or 17 for Parks and Rec. And so, Commissioner, you still got some points outstanding.
Right. See, I gotta adjust for the 4% off the top though. So that
no, we got that because that's cut off the top. It won't matter. It's off the top, and then your 100% comes from what's left over after transaction costs. It's sort of like mortgage. You know how it works. It's off the top.
I got you. So let me do my math. Maybe I didn't do my math correct though.
They got you, man. Wherever you want to put it.
No, so that would be correct, all right, Rosamund?
Yes, that's correct, but let me put
I enlarged the categories, reduced the percentages from the norm of the 51, 32, 17.
Yeah.
I might have missed something.
Okay, so 44 for transportation, economic development, infrastructure, we're gonna call that one category. 39% fire EMS and law enforcement as a category.
Yeah.
17% through Parks and Rec.
That's it. to make sure. All right. I just want to capture that. I want to make sure you got it, Roslyn. You got his exact what he weighed in on.
I sure did, yes.
Mr. Mitchell, I just want to make sure we capture it. Right? You okay now, sir? Anything else?
Yes. No. That would be the breakout. Yes. But as you can see, I'm trying to cover, the public's request of the categories that, or the thing, not categories, but the things in which they mentioned, which was most important. And I think there were 4 or 5, if I'm not mistaken. So.
All right. That's sir.
Okay. Done. I yield back.
All right. Commissioner Carthen, please. Wait. Lead.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Rosalind, if you could go back to your spreadsheet, just leave your spreadsheet up on the screen.
I sure will. Give me a minute.
And I do have a question. So is economic development tied to the infrastructure? Because I always thought that transportation and infrastructure were the same, in a sense. I think last time we put transportation, infrastructure, and economic development all in one bucket. Is that correct, Mr. Robinson?
Yes, last time we did transportation, $10 million was set aside for economic development. And so it was in addition, it was just a single dollar amount, $10 million that would go into economic development.
Out of the transportation.
Out of transportation bucket. So $10 million came out of that 51%.
Got it. And so there was no facilities and infrastructure or economic development. It was all tied into transportation.
Well, facilities, think about the facilities were created. There was a community center and there was a senior center, which were facilities that were created, that was acknowledged. Those were and then there was a fire station. Those were 3 verticals or facilities, as we called them.
But they were into the categories that they were in. So for
Yeah.
that, okay.
Yep. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So yeah, I'm not sure where the facilities and infrastructure category bucket needs to come into place. Then if we just keep the originals. Oh, I see what you're saying. Heath Coward, Director Coward, don't forget about the transfer station. Got it. Okay. So, yeah, to that point, we got to do some weighing in here. We know off the top that public safety has to be our highest category because right now that's where the people in the need is, and even though we have more crime in the city than we do in the county, it all plays a role. We still have to make sure that our sheriff's department can facilitate and can help the city with this crime problem. So we got to make sure the sheriff has his cars and that training is taking place in the training facilities. So public safety off the top has to be our highest category. And so I'd say that public safety needs to be around 40% of the SPLOST dollars.
Make sure y'all capture that. That's her column, 40% for public safety. Go ahead, Madam Clerk.
Okay. Transportation, that 51% last time took up a whole lot. It left Parks and Recs and everything else needing more. So I would say transportation this time should not be our biggest bucket, although it's needed. We need to really look at a T-SPLOST. I know, Madam Chair, that's one of your initiatives you've talked about for the last few years, that the county does need a T-SPLOST. So I say that we look at incorporating a T-SPLOST for the next go-around, which will probably be in 2024. I see you shaking your head, Madam Chair, so you're in agreement with that. So yeah, I say we take a look at a T-SPLOST for transportation. So maybe transportation should not be the biggest animal this time. So I think we should take transportation down this time and make it 20%, especially if we're only giving, if we're looking at giving it a whole bucket by itself, which is 100% in 2024.
All right, so say that number again. What do you want to take transportation down to?
20%, only because we're looking at doing a T-SPLOST in the next 2 years.
All right.
So transportation should not eat as much off of the SPLOST. So that takes us to 60%. And so that means we have 40% left. I think Parks and Rec should be at 30%, and then the facilities building should be at 10%. And then that takes care of the 100%.
Awesome. No rebuttal, no nothing goes. So that's your commission. That is your voice. Rosin, did you get her numbers?
Yes, I did.
All right.
I do have a question.
Yes, ma'am. Go right ahead.
Go on. I am a little confused as to the 115. Is that what the total spots? Because if that is, then the city of Austell, Villa Rica, and Douglasville would get its portion from that 115 that we collect. Is that so?
David, Corbin, or Rosin, this came directly out of you guys' numbers. Clarified the 115 as the number that was used.
The 115. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead, David.
No, you go right ahead, Rosin.
That's fine. That's fine.
David,
I think, good afternoon, everyone. For clarification purposes, we're actually projecting approximately 160 million in total collections over the proposed time period. Of the 160, 115, approximately 115 $1 million of that number would be the portion that's earmarked for county purposes. The balance of it would go toward either admin fees and the other allocations to the participating cities. So the 115 is a net number, Commissioner Parkin.
Okay. So it's the net for the county to consider when we're looking at the percentages. Got it.
Correct. So Rosin, if you can go through of the 160, what are the current percentages at this point right now? They're identical to what we used in 2016. Can you repeat those for the board for me, please?
Yes. Okay. They are 72.26% to the county, 0.03% to the city of Austell, 23.44% to the city of Douglasville, and 4.27% to the city of Villa Rica. A total allocating of a total of $160 million.
So the 115 is equivalent to the 72%, Commissioner Parkin.
Fair enough. And before I turn it over, Commissioner Robinson, one last thing. What was on the ballot when you all put the spots before the citizens? Was it projects or was it just categories? Just for my clarity.
Yes, County Attorney, do you have the actual language that was from the 2016 SPLOST before you? Can you read that and address her question? Is he on the phone, Madam Chair? Is County Attorney out there, guys?
I am on the
County
phone.
Attorney, there you
Okay, yeah, no
Thank
problem.
you.
Yes.
Yeah. So the categories, there were just categories on the last ballot.
Okay, got it.
Do you have the language, the actual referendum, or if Milton Kids? Somebody, can y'all read what was the literal language that in 2016 that was on the referendum?
Let me pull that up and come right back to you on that. If you're going to go ahead, I'll come right back to you.
We'll come back to that. And Madam Carson, are you okay? He'll come back to that in a minute. He has 8 and 9, but are you okay right now?
Yes, I am. Thank you. I yield the floor.
Okay. All right. So, Madam Chair, weigh in. Just, whatever your heart's desire, please weigh in. We all get to weigh in.
You pour my heart out. Certainly, I'm just so glad that this current SPLOST, 2016 SPLOST, is doing well right now. It sounds like we're on the trajectory to even probably land at the end of the day, probably 20 million or 22 million over what we projected. So that's a good thing. It tells me that we can pick up some additional projects. But also I'm looking at the importance of public safety as well as my colleagues. Public safety is very, very near and dear to my heart and all our hearts, and certainly important for the citizens of Douglas County. So I would say 40% for public safety, certainly that would allow both the fire and EMS department and the sheriff's office to share the divide that money in half, those fund that money or those proceeds in half, which Commissioner Mitchell alluded to earlier. Transportation, certainly 25% is what I would suggest, as we, and I nodded when Commissioner Carpenter said 2024 would be an ideal time for a T-splosh. Certainly, timing is everything, and I'm very sensitive to the climate along with our citizens as we still continue to endure this lingering pandemic. So 25% for transportation, I wouldn't say as low as 20%, but 25 to kind of allow us to keep moving projects forward. And then we have parks and recreation, I believe, need to be given some more funding. 17%, in my opinion, is low. We really could barely pick up the projects we had last time. 25% is what I would yield for parks and recreation. And then, of course, for facilities, I see that the land, certainly we need a transfer station, and I would put 10% in that bucket, which equals 100%. So public safety, 40%, transportation, 25%, parks and recreation, 25%, and facilities, 10% is my recommendation.
Right. Thank you, Madam Chair. All right. Now I'm got it one more time. You see how this works. You want to wait tomorrow or go now? Because when we come up tomorrow, we're going to be going. So do you want to weigh in on your percentages? I mean, you guys always know that all my felt you always have the right at the last minute to make a suggestion, make a condition.
Well,
yeah, go ahead.
I would like to say that y'all are assuming a T-splosh will pass by putting a small amount toward transportation. Transportation was very important to the public, and we're supposed to be listening to them. That's why we did the survey. That's why we paid for that survey. So fire and EMS, to me, is important. If you're going to combine the two, last time we had the radio system that was what, 16 million or 15 million or something like that. So we won't have that big expense. But I would say at least transportation needs to, fire and public safety, I guess is what you call it, should be probably around 30% or 35%. As I say, transportation should be at least 50 because we're constantly, see, y'all don't have as many roads as I do. My roads is 33% of the total roads in Douglas County. And so I get an allocation of 7 miles, and that's just one road, Post Road, and that needs repaving because of all the trucks going through there. And then parks and recs, we have built a lot of parks out there on your side of the county. All we really wanted on our side was to maintain the Winston upper field because we had the new lower fields. And so, and then the senior center, that was the senior center was what the Citizens Committee recommended to be on the left.
Cut your stuff off. Cut your mic off. Sorry about that.
Somebody on
guys, mute your phones.
Yeah, mute your phone.
I'm sorry, ma'am. Go ahead.
Okay. The senior center was recommended to be on the western side. We relied on a committee to come up with the projects last time. This was the first time, the 2016 splosh was the first time we did not list projects beforehand. It was done by percentages for the first time. And I know it was done by the previous administration, but it doesn't matter. I don't think it worked very well because of the fact that so many projects that were supposed to be in District 4 or on the western side of the county was never done. So I would say in the infrastructure, if it includes the 5 million, let's see, I didn't say anything about Parks and Rec, did I?
You got 50 and 35. You're up to 85%. So you need 15% more in allocation.
I've got what, I can't read my own notes, 15 and.
You got 50% for transportation, and you got 35% for your public safety bucket, which means that's 85. It means you got about 15, more percent to appropriate somewhere.
Well, I would say 10 to infrastructure and 5 to parks and rec, because many of the parks and rec, especially in District 1, is in the city, and they pick up that. So, and we've got all new parks on the eastern side, and a lot of things have been done to concession stands. One was in District 3, one was in my district. But there's a big need on our side, especially for the concession stand at Winston and a senior center to accommodate half the county. All 3 senior centers right now are in Henry Mitchell's district, District 1, all 3 of them. And that's not where all the population is. The population is spread throughout the county. We need to accommodate every citizen that we can. And so I would say 5 to parks and rec and 10 to infrastructure.
Got it. 5. Roslyn, did you get that? 5 for her parks and rec?
Yes.
And for the last one.
Yes.
All right. That means you filled out all 4, and I'm gonna weigh in as long as you acknowledge you got everybody's input, Roslyn?
Yes, I do. I'm just waiting on District 2.
All right. District 2. All right, let me jump in here. Well, to be honest, yes.
I'm prepared. I've got the ballot from last time pulled up if you'd like me to read now.
Yeah, go right ahead. That's fine. This is a good time. Go ahead, count it. Right.
So it says the following capital outlay projects and the following estimated amounts. Projects to be owned and operated by both the county, operated or both by the county, at an estimated total cost of $115,616,000. Transportation, 51%. Number 2, fire, EMS, and public radio system, 32%. And number 3, parks and recreation, 17%. Now, it goes on to talk about for each city, and I don't know if you want me to go through those now, but those are the categories for the county.
No, let's just stay with county. I guess we can only, make resolutions and stuff on behalf of county. They get to add their stuff. You guys will update that one notice. So let's just stay focused. All right. Thank you, sir. Madam Carson, did I answer your question? You good?
I am good. Thank you, Attorney Coleman.
All right. So let me weigh in on this. All right. So I hear y'all.
Vice Chair, can I add one other thing before you?
Yes, ma'am.
Just one other thing. I know Commissioner Guida said we're, I guess, putting all our eggs in one basket and not paying attention to transportation. But is there any way, I'm not sure if anyone could give me, in terms of dollar-wise, what percentage of our overage, if it's 20 million of our projections for 2016, will be allocated toward transportation? What part of that money? Anybody? David, good, or you?
Oh, it's going to be 51%.
Yeah, 51% of the 20 million or what have you.
Yeah, whatever's over is always going to be directly. The percentages never change.
So that's another. If it's 20 million, that'll be 51%. We'll just say it's slightly over 20 million. Commissioner, are you considering that? Commissioner Guide, I just don't want to dismiss that overage. We performed so well in 2020. I mean, in the 2016 SPLOS. So you're going to drag that with you in 23. So if, that'll be 51% of, if our overage, I'm just using just the number, just throwing something out there, but it probably will be close to that 20 million. It'll be 10 million. If it's 20 million overage, it'll be 10 million that you would perhaps still see that would be dedicated to transportation.
Well, as you know, Director Miguel Valentin told us we were going to have to cut the miles out of this year's budget because, or this year's paving program, simply because of inflation. And I don't think inflation is going to go away overnight. We can't even get millings. We've got millings, but we can't get them chewed up to be used. So they're of no use. I've asked them to look at calcium chloride as a plan B. They have not come through on that yet. So we made a lot of our roads may not even be addressed. Now, I would like to correct Commissioner Carthen saying a lot of people want to stay on the dirt roads. That is not true. Every time I talk with Miguel about paving a dirt road, he said, "Oh, that's too expensive. That's too expensive. You have to buy the right of way because you have to widen it, you have to ditch it, you have to do all this stuff to pave a dirt road because usually they're one lane roads." So that has been pushed down. The can has been kicked down the road for many years on the dirt roads. I'd love to see every one of the dirt roads paved, but we're always, it's just too expensive. Well, if we have the money in transportation, we could pave some of those dirt roads, couldn't we? But everybody, everywhere you go, the beauty shop, the grocery store, church, wherever you are, people complain about the roads. They say our roads are awful. Now, all I know is what's on my side of the county, and a lot of my roads are state highways, which we don't have any control over. They're just now paving Highway 5, and it's been split down the middle of each lane for over a year or so. And even the sheriff's office was complaining about it. But transportation, y'all are sure, y'all just sound like, well, we'll pass a T-Splosh next year. Well, you don't know. That's up to the citizens. And inflation is hit. All the assessments have gone up. People are furious about that on top of the 27% tax increase that was y'all voted in a couple of years back. So everybody's complaining about what in the world is going on with our taxes. Well, I was talking to someone the other day about the appraisals, and inflation, they have to add that in because that's the way the market is. It's causing the market to go up. Mm-hmm. $100,000 house is probably selling for $200,000. And the new inflation rate is 9.1 nationally. That was just announced this week. So something's got to give. And we've got to provide the citizens with what they want, not necessarily what we want, but what they want and they need. And the biggest complaints is public safety. Those were the top two. Look at the survey: public safety and transportation. And those are the most important categories that you can have on this any proposed SPLOST.
So I'm sure. Are you fine? Are you?
Yeah, but I still, yeah, I'm fine, but I'm not settled because number one, Commissioner, I know you said we want to give the citizens what they want. There's a tool out there that will give them what they want called a T-SPLOST. And it is designed specifically for transportation, not a SPLOST. It has it is more comprehensive. It has 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, sometimes 6 categories. But a T-SPLOST focus directly on the roads. And I am so on board with you because all our subdivisions need to be paved, everything. We're not looking at I didn't say anything about a T-SPLOST next year. We said 24. Most counties have gotten with the program. They are now with the 21st century mindset. You just cannot operate only on a SPLOST, but T-SPLOST for the future, 2 years from now, because we need subdivisions, we need roads. We do have state roads. We have done a phenomenal job utilizing our other sources such as ARC, GDOT, we put $50 million over in that in District 2 area for just some of the paving. And so I'm comfortable with the number I threw out there. Want to assure the citizens that we are focusing on transportation. There's a lot of roads in Douglas County since I've been in office that's been paved. The problem was nothing was done before I got in office. So it's hard to try to catch up and make up 40 years where roads were not paved, but I'm doing as much as we are doing, this administration is doing as best as possible. And every time I'm out on the road, I see somebody out there paving. We got out the gate a little late this year. I hope your millings are being grinded as I speak. But again, I'm not sure. Certainly, we could talk to Miguel Valentin later. I don't want to hijack this moment. Certainly,
I bring it up every time I see him, and he can vouch for that.
And I'll chat with him offline. But I'll yield back to you, Vice Chairman, because I don't want to hijack this portion of the meeting. Go on.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I wanted to be able to vote.
Yes, I know.
And again, you got to let everybody have their position, though, Madam Chair. Her number is her number. We get through this, we come up with an average rate, and y'all move on. Like, take a position. Let everybody's voice be heard. Blend this thing out, Ross, and get prepared to average this thing out and see how it's going to do this. Right? And none of us have to necessarily yield per se unless you want to. Like, okay, I'll agree with that number. But for the most part, don't make this hard. Let's respect each other's vote and how we may see the world and blend this thing out and move on. And if you get 3 people to agree with the blended rate, then we move on. And that'll be it through concurrence. And then you put on the thing tomorrow and move on. So let me jump into this thing. All right. So look, I think 20. All right. So 20. Transportation, public safety. 50%. I made a commitment, and I don't back down. I'm that guy. 50% ain't even perpetrated. You trying to do fire, EMS, and the sheriff? Yeah, but okay, Madam Dottie, you said, no, you got to spend $16 million on cars for the sheriff, in which this board agreed to do last year. But that is 5 minutes, and we actually did that. It's in our meeting minutes. Off the cuff, $16 million. Oh boy, that takes half of it already. Pay attention to the numbers. Off the cuff, we agreed to that. I want 50% public safety. Oh boy. All right, so now how are we gonna get there? Transportation is like, I listen to y'all. Look, my subdivisions are getting resurfaced. I made a point. I can just talk about it. I advocate for it. Right? So it's about advocacy. I'm going back to like, guys, y'all have to advocate within the administration. You gotta advocate. Everything y'all talking about, well, I'm good. Y'all gonna wait 2 years. Y'all gonna nickel and dime with 2. Like, okay, there they go. I'm gonna let y'all be. I don't disagree. Transportation is important, but y'all trying to squeeze everything else in. But nobody wants to put both of them on the ballot. Let the public make a decision. What are you afraid of? Let them call it. If they don't want to do it this year and they cancel T-Bob, then do it 2 years from now. What are you afraid of? But okay, y'all get to take your position. All right, that's gonna be some woo. All right, so think about it. Miguel, I hear you. He says, wait a minute, we put what? 6 years, $3 million for just normal resurfacing LMIG. That's $18 million. Y'all, like, all we're gonna do is resurfacing, guys, at the same amount we did, based on what y'all just said. Know the implications of your decisions. I'm with y'all. You're gonna feel it. So look at this. You're gonna do 20 or 25% in transportation, you ain't gonna get nothing done. Nothing. So all this stuff, as big as that list is, nothing's gonna get done by way of transportation. All right, so I hear you. I take spots and T-spots at the same time, spread it out up at the top, right? Spread out up at the top. You got a T-spots at the bottom, and be done with it. Put all your transportation down there. That's what it is. Somebody gave you a funding mechanism. Why? Don't you know why they gave it to us? Because we were complaining about this thing right here. You ain't got enough money. They gave you a sole funding source. Take that 51% out of transportation and put it in a T-spot and spread out. Spread out, guys. But I gotta go with the will of my peers. I'm just making sure you understand what you're doing. Right, so 50% for public safety for me. All right, now let me think about everything else. Then you got the judicial, you got court, you got to think about other things. I don't know how much spread this out. Oh, I hear y'all, Parks and Rec, but y'all gonna have to make some accommodations. Y'all can't get there. Y'all gonna have to. How you gonna get there? You want to compromise it, man? I put transportation at 25. I'm gonna make y'all. I know, Miguel. I mean, that's all we got, man. We got to keep this going. Look. I could say 0 and spread it differently. You know what? No, nothing for transportation. Put 0. I'm gonna weight this thing down. I want 50% for public safety. I want 25% for Parks and Rec, and I want 25% for infrastructure. That is my numbers. That's what I got to say. That's it. Nothing for chance to make a T-spot. Now, I'm going to go down to the T-spots. I'm making my point. And put everything in there based on the numbers that we currently got down there. There's the other parts of this to the public we did not get into, which is the T-spots consideration. And you got all that. Right? You got everything that you can deal with. There's grants and economic development. Guys, how y'all gonna match all these grants and economic development? How y'all gonna match this stuff coming down from your sheriff doing grants? Are y'all paying attention to all this? You can't match this. You can't fulfill what you're committing to. Like, it's a lot of money out there. You're not in position. You're shortchanging yourself. You're not giving yourself enough room. That's why in the T-spots we got what we got. We got our normal roads and infrastructure, operational improvements. Like subdivisions is one category. You got another category for operational improvement. You got your maintenance and you got your grants, economic development. So that's why I had to push this conversation to point, okay, guys, how you gonna deal with this? Oh, you ain't got $10 million like we did before in economic development. Then we hit the leverage for against legal or different opportunities. How are you going to do that? You didn't have congressional money last time. Now the pandemic didn't hit. Now you got all this. Now how are you going to match these grants, guys? You can't unless you are thoughtful. That T-spots allows you to do it. Allows you to do it today. All right, you gonna miss your mark. You wait 2 years. Congressmen or senators, they go like, okay, y'all ain't ready. Shovel worthy, get ready. Y'all like, next. Because we sitting here like, okay, guys, play up. You only get this every 5 years. Be thoughtful. How you gonna leverage your capital stack and you shortchange yourself for verticals only? Oh boy. You need a T-spots, guys. I'm not gonna help with this because y'all need to own this. You gotta own it. I advocate strong. I hear you. I'm glad I get it. It's flattering. But it's about advocacy. Do you really care? Like, it didn't hurt. Like, no. And by the way, no, everything actually was in District 2 until y'all redistrict everything. And then here we got this one. Let's not forget how that happened. Don't do it that way. Actually, they were in District 2. Remember, I owned the courthouse when I came into office. That was all. That L shaped through the middle. Please get history right. The courthouse and everything north was in my district. All right, so we will let that go. That's the sidebar. All right, so, but I get this, guys. And, again, 50% is public safety because we made a commitment. And that it's one thing to talk and have little sound bites. It's another to own it. And so 50% out. Y'all shape this. I agree. I'm going to go with 25% for Parks and Rec because I get quality of life. It ain't just about crime. It ain't about a military state. You give appropriations, but you spread it out accordingly. It's got to be equitable. There's other parts to life. And I do not agree with any ideological that leans so far to the right that it does not fulfill a lighter life. I'm a centrist, so no. All right, so Parks and Rec, 25%. And then I've got this remaining amount. You got some basic stuff that you need to get done. Facilities, yes. You got transfer station, you got a corner building, you got an admin building, you got a fleet building to burn down that we take care of. You got stuff that you didn't really take care of just by basics. Right? And so, all right, so 25 million for that, but how you gonna do this growth? Now I know it's anticipatory. I know there has to be a need to have a 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th judge. We'll let that happen. So I'm willing to put it on the list, and if it doesn't happen, then of course we got to move on. But what if it happens? What if we get approved? You got to pay for that thing. That what? Like, are y'all paying attention to all this at the same time? And so one more time, don't hang yourselves, guys. You got to stretch your comprehension on God. This is bigger than what it was. You're no longer a little small rural county. This is big game hunting. We're just one. We're the only in the metro counties. We're number 12, but everybody else above us is 200,000 plus. So we're the big brother of everybody else. We need to act like it, but we're the 8th most dense. Yes, Madam Doctor, I get it. The 8th most dense. Right. We get it. Public safety infrastructure. The public told us we got it on here. My point is, guys, y'all gonna spread this out. I'll give you one concession. Is that yes, you know the spots will still go one more year. You're riding on paper. So, I mean, that's all we do 2023. Okay, so we're gonna make the citizens turn it off, and we're gonna put it back on the ballot in 25. I mean, you're off, but I get it. You know, I always respect you guys. You know, we have tough conversations about respect. I just want y'all to see what you're saying and that you don't have some type of delusion about what's about to get done. Because you only got so much money. And you got a lot of stuff that you can't make up all for. And that's why I just wanted to shape my things accordingly. So 50%, 25. And so, now, yeah, I know Miguel, but you know, they're going to have to step up and own it. So I'm with Ann, I get it. But y'all trying to spread, y'all trying to do too much up here. And you got really, it's not enough. You need to do a T-SPOS. But, all right, so Rosa, let's finish this out. I want you to average each one of them across, please, and just see what they say. All 5 of us had weighed in, weigh the numbers in, and let's see if we get an agreement that all 5 of us can live with so we can move on. As opposed to, because again, we don't need one of us have to argue with the other body to come up or come down. And take a position. That's where you are. Just average it. Rosa, can you do that quick spreadsheet quick?
Yes, the average with all with the Board of Commissioners for
Okay.
let me get my columns. Okay, so with public safety, you have 41%. With transportation, you have 28%. Parks and recreation, with the library, you have 20%. And facilities and infrastructure, you have 11%. The money allocated based off of those percentages, and again, the total of 115 million, you have public safety with 46.9%, and you have transportation with 46.9 million for public safety, 31.9 million for transportation, 23.4 million for parks and recreation with the library, and 12.6 million for facilities infrastructure. Again, it totals 115 million.
Awesome. To my fellow peers, again, you got time to think about this tomorrow. Are you okay? I mean, are you okay with the process we just went through? Did all of your voices get captured, representing your respective areas that you got sovereignly and independently elected? That's been reflected in this, and that we had an average between all of us I think I'm going to pause on that because I'm like, let's just leave that as is. Let us go back home and reflect and come out tomorrow. And again, you can always up or down that, but it's just satisfactory, guys. You can weigh in for your debate and all your iterations tomorrow. You know, you always have that voice when you get to the floor. But are you okay with this? Can we leave it as this for now? Is that sufficient?
Are we okay for
I
serving?
believe so. I believe so.
Yeah, okay.
All right.
And I am as well, settled.
So, Madam Chair, I'm going to yield the floor back to you. Thank you for allowing me to facilitate this. I didn't mean to make it this hard, but I think it was a good process, Madam Chair. I yield. Take us forward.
Okay, thank you. I didn't hear any other discussion. I'm assuming everything is okay. Everybody's in agreement. All right, we're going to move on to tab number 8 forward. Tab number 8 is resolution of the Board of Commissioners calling for a referendum imposing a 1% special purpose local option sales tax lost as authorized by the state of Georgia and authorized the chairman to sign all related documents. Attorney Coleman, I believe this is yours. I know it is. Attorney Coleman.
All right, Madam Chair, I was on mute again. Yes, ma'am. This resolution meets the statutory requirement. The board has to actually approve a resolution calling for a splost election and setting forth the proposed ballot language. And this resolution is intended to meet that requirement, going through what the what the approved recommended percentages are that we're asking the public to vote on for each of the county and each of the cities. It was going to require, in order to get it finalized for the elections board, we're going to have to reach out to the city as soon as it's passed, reach out to the different cities and get the percentages to be put into each of their categories. It should not be difficult to get agreement for the percentages to be split among the county and each of the cities, because that's going to be the same as it was the last time. And as I understand, we're largely working from the same pool of public input. So that shouldn't be difficult, but getting their breakdown of percentages within each of them will need to be filled out. So, but that's what that item is. And so you'll be asked to vote upon that tomorrow. If you like, Madam Chair, I can move on to the next item. That is the approval. Yes, ma'am. That's the approval of an intergovernmental agreement. And that's an agreement between the county and the cities regarding the same thing that we're voting on. That's how the money will be spent, that'll be collected. That also includes language with respect to a bond transaction. We've deleted the language from the preceding agreement with respect to the bond, and the same thing with respect to the resolution. The language with respect to the bond was amended to delete Douglasville. I was informed by the the city manager for Douglasville that they would not be seeking a bond this year. So bond will only be for Douglas County, but the language is still included as required by the statute. So that's what those two items are, and both of them will be finalized once they are approved. And the numbers will be the final numbers that we've agreed upon, that you ultimately will agree upon tomorrow, and what we get from the cities. So that's what those two items are, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. Any questions, board, or any comments? Okay, Vice Chair.
Yeah, Madam Chair.
You have the floor.
Just so in County Attorney, the board will said no T-SPLOS. There's no need to bring that up as a separate item. That would have had to go forth if you guys agreed to that. So we're giving him, he says that he's getting, we're advising and consenting to the point that, okay, we're only going to do that. Like, unless you otherwise state so. But we're down the path right now. But County Attorney had to acknowledge that. So we're good. Madam Chair, we're good. Keep moving. Move on.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you so much, Attorney Coleman. If there's no further discussion on those particular items, tab number 8 and 9, Board of Commissioners, we're going to move to our business item, which is tab number 16, authorization for the Douglas County Sheriff's Office to renew Administrative Solutions, Inc. and stop-loss insurance agreement with HCC Life Insurance, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Lieutenant Colonel Pounds, are you still here?
Yes, ma'am, I'm here.
You have the floor.
Okay, we've utilized ASI since 2005. What they do is they negotiate the Medicaid rate with the treatment facility when we have inmates that go out to the hospital. They saved us over $20 million since 2005. Otherwise, we would have to pay out without negotiating any rates. They also provide us with stop-loss coverage for each inmate, which covers us if we have a catastrophic event. Stop-loss coverage did increase this year by 3%, from $7.63 to $7.85 per inmate. The amount varies depending on the inmate population. It's difficult to put a price on that contract. Last year, our total cost was $75,410.20. This included ASI services and the stop-loss coverage. At that rate, at $75,410.20, using ASI for billing is much cheaper, than hiring a full-time employee with benefits. Plus, we get the stop-loss coverage on our inmates. And the sheriff is very happy with ASI and wishes to continue with their professional services.
Okay, any questions? I'm so sorry. Any questions for Lieutenant Pounds? All right, sounds like it's pretty self-explanatory. Well, we're going to move on to tab number 17, authorize the chairman to execute an employee contract with Charmaine Dupree as a part-time temporary legal assistant in the Solicitor General's office. Our Solicitor General, are you on the line?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
This is Marilyn. I'm standing in for Ms. Compton.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dallas. Mrs. Dallas.
This is an existing position that supports the traffic unit attorney, which is also a part-time contract. The previous employee that held this position resigned, so this contract is being requested to simply fill the vacancy.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you all.
Do you have any questions for Ms. Dallas? Okay, sounds pretty self-explanatory. Thank you so much. We're going to move on to tab number 18, authorization to amend the 2022 general fund budget to the amount of $250,000 for salary adjustments per Georgia Code 45-7-4 and local legislation, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Director Miller, Finance Director, you have the floor.
Yes, this budget amendment of $250,000 will put Douglas County in compliance with Georgia Code Section 45-7-4, and also align the county with, put them in line with the local legislation.
Any questions for? All right. There are no questions. We're going to move on to tab number 19. Tab number 19 is approval of change order number 2 in the amount of $8,214.51 on the Maxim Road Sidewalk Project contract with the Corporate Group LLC to be funded from the 2016 SPLOST funds allocated to the project, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Director Valentin, you have the floor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This is an adjustment, a field adjustment to move the project along. The project is about 95% complete at the moment, and we have to make some adjustments in the field to accommodate a deceleration lane. So that's what it's about.
Okay, any questions for it? Okay, thank you. We're going to move on to tab 20, number 20. Approval of change order number 1 in the amount of $8,735 on the contract with CMS Inc. for construction of the Lee Road widening project P100004428 to be funded from the 2016 SPLOST funds allocated to the project and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Director Valentine, you have the floor again.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. This change resulted from the way the contractor is prosecuting the project. They're trying to get as much work done as possible, and this is going to add additional locations where they could access the work to move things along. So that project is moving along. It is in the grading stage, so things are going well, and this minor change will just help the project move along.
All right, thank you so much, Director Valentine. Any questions for the Director regarding this item? Tab number 20. Okay, if not, we're going to move on to tab number 21, approval of the First Amendment on the contract with Central Square Technologies, LLC for the computer-aided dispatch, which is TAD, upgrade project, revising the payment schedule to reflect the revised due date on or before October 22nd, or $91,250 for Douglas County E911 and $25,750 for Douglas County Fire and EMS, for a total of $117,000 due to delay of projected go-live date of the system, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents subject to final legal review. Director Katrina Hartley, you have the floor. Director Hartley, there you are. Hi.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Board of Commissioners, Deputy County Administrator Perry, Assistant County Administrator Stuart Stanley. Our original go-live date for the computer-aided dispatch upgrade with Central Square was February 2022, with the first annual payment due on March 2022. When I came on board in January of 2022, I was informed by the vendor that due to some technical configurations that were incomplete on their part, that the go-live date would be delayed until October 2022. As a result, at my request, Central Square revised the agreement for the payment due date of October 2022. Our team wanted to be responsible stewards of the county resources by not paying for a system that was not completely functional with the original due date, and not until October 2022.
Thank you so much, Director Hartley. Any questions for Director Hartley? Forward. Thank you so much, Director. We're going to move on, Board of Commissioners, to our last, tab number 22, authorization to award contracts for the Douglas County Financial and Entrepreneurship Program with Till Marketing in the amount of $150,000, Media Miracle in the amount of $396,000, and Lionheart Consulting in the amount of $200,000, and authorize the chairman to sign all related documents pending final legal review. Assistant County Administrator Tiffany Stewart Stanley.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as we all know, earlier this year, the Douglas County Financial Literacy and Entrepreneurship Training Program was created by the Board of Commissioners. The program was approved and a contract was awarded to the University of West Georgia to administer that contract under the direction of Ms. Kim Holder. She has had an opportunity to assess the program, and she has some recommendations to the board today regarding service providers for the program. So at this time, I will turn it over to Ms. Holder to provide some additional information.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it. I'm recommending that we award a contract to Till Marketing to handle the marketing aspects of this program. As we know, if it takes place in a vacuum, the goal is for it to serve all Douglas County constituents across all districts. And so we want to make sure that everyone hears about it once we have things going. This contract is in the amount of $150,000, but that is spread over 3 years. And so some items will take place in year 1, year 2, and year 3, and it is outlined in the contract. They will be in charge of our social media management, our advertising, both digital and print, email marketing, lead management. They will assist with our community and our online events, both in person and virtual. They will help with our branding and our overall graphic support. In that same vein, we also have to build out the website that will house these materials. This will be redirected from the internal Douglas County website. That will go to Lionheart Consulting at the rate of $200,000 across the 3-year period. There is an initial upfront cost to get the website kicked off. We have to do a little bit in the development stage, and then we will allocate those monies on a monthly or quarterly basis. This will include both website development, training for our customer service group that will assist with us, as well as securing the domain name, taking care of the maintenance, reporting and support, web hosting, and overall security of the website. The last piece is the most important piece is we have to build out all of the video modules that we have agreed to. As you might remember, there are 9 components of this program. It's a series of 9 different topics, and we will build those out one at a time. We would like to contract with Media Miracles on each video series. That will include gathering experts, dealing with the scripting, producing, editing, and completing each of the films that take part of this overall video series. So we have 9 total video series. Each one includes 8 to 10 videos within each series. So it's a pretty large number of videos. We would like them to remain consistent. And that's at a rate of $49,500 per video series. And we need that to be paid at the beginning of each series so that we can complete the work. And so that's what I'm presenting for you today to make sure that this comes to life in the way that I believe you have entrusted me with last month and the prior month to make this actually happen. And so I'm pleased to present this to you today. I think we have found the right people at the right time to take this program forward.
Thank you. Tiffany Stuart Stanley, our Assistant County Administrator. Do you have anything else to add, or was it for?
No, ma'am. I think
Dr. Kim, thank you so much. Before I yield to the board to ask questions, can maybe you could perhaps assist my thoughts, Assistant County Administrator. Where is this source of funding coming from, unrelated to the general fund? Yes. Explain that.
Yes, Madam Chair. So there has been some funding that we've set aside along the way. Back in 2020, there was about $466,000 set aside for small business stability. And there's about, I want to say about $290,000 remaining in that fund. And Rosa can help me with the numbers if I'm off a little bit. We also have $500,000 that was set aside in ARPA funding for small businesses. So that money could be allocated towards this program, because as we know, this is going to really be beneficial to our citizens, but also our small businesses. We're helping them, get through this rough time that a lot of businesses have been going through with COVID-19. I'm giving them the financial tools and the advice and things that they need to keep operating and make it through these times. And then our small business grant program that we approved last year, we've given it a good run with about a year of doing extensive advertising, and we still have some funding remaining from that. So about $300,000 will be coming back. We will be asking for that to come back to the county for social involvement missions, so we can use that towards the program. There still will be some funding remaining in that program, but we're just asking for that money to come back because we have given them at least a good year for citizens to apply for the funding. So that is the totality of what we're going to use to reach the sum that's being requested by the university to make sure that our program is successful.
Okay. I certainly just wanted to make a mark on the minds of our citizens and also to our Board of Commissioners that we have funding other than that's unrelated to the general fund. I know a lot of times a lot of people are out saying it's wasteful spending, but this is very much needed for financial literacy and entrepreneurship as we continue to try to move our small businesses in the direction of being successful, particularly after this pandemic. Certainly, the pandemic is still in progress. So just wanted to do that before any questions outside of this just venue at this time, if there's some questions. Now, the funding has already been there. It's our ARPA funding and our COVID-19 funding that was utilized earlier to address this. We're still working on that funding to make sure we get it out to the community at large to make sure that we address the pandemic and other things related to this time for our small businesses. Any questions, board? Any comments regarding the presentation? And thank you, Dr. Kim. All right, if there are no questions, I'm going to move on to the next item, which is tab number 23, authorization for the county attorney to engage Turner, Rawls, and Germain as attorneys for the tax assessor's office, not to exceed $50,000. Attorney Coleman, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The previous attorney for the tax assessor's office, Mr. Coons, has decided to pursue other opportunities. The tax assessor's office really needs its own counsel, primarily to handle tax appeals, which are high volume, work and specialized. We did a search at Mr. Balfour's request to find law firms with experience in the area, and zeroed in on this firm. They've met with the tax assessors board and they like them, have improved their engagement. The proposal is that I be allowed to go ahead and engage them. There is a proposed engagement letter out there that we would, be bound by, that would limit the amount of fees at $50,000, and then we'd have to sit down and talk again. The hourly rate that they're charging is really good, and it's a very experienced, good firm. They do a lot of this work for Fulton County as well, and that's what the recommendation is, and that's why we're making it. And it's budget neutral. This money would be paid from the money that would otherwise be used to pay Mr. Coons from the tax assessor's budget.
All right. Any questions, board?
Yes, ma'am.
Commissioner Guida, you have the floor.
Attorney Coleman, they are located in Marietta. Is that not going to be a problem? Because I know Mr. Coons was at the courthouse all the time, especially after assessment notices went out.
I don't think so. They've been out at the courthouse several times to meet with the board. They've actually done some, just in the interim here, done some work for them, and I don't think that's been a problem at all. I think that's going to work out. And I asked him,
charges travel time and expense on top of the $50,000.
It's not included as an item of expense, the travel time, and the time at least that they spend traveling will not be included. And that's not been on. I don't expect that. We've not discussed it specifically, but I will clarify that. But it should not be included.
Okay, I just wish that we could accommodate some of our local people for some of these jobs. We always go outside the county, Clayton County, DeKalb County.
Well, the tax appeals. It's a pretty specialized area.
I understand that. I understand.
And I'm not sure how many people have actually done tax appeals. But Mr. Coons has done it here in Douglas County for many years. So yeah. I don't know if there are a lot of other people who, certainly on behalf of a county, nobody in Douglas would have done it because he's represented the county for many years. But I understand your point. That's a valid point.
I just wondered if we were going to have to pay them travel time since their office is located in Marietta.
We'll see. I'll get clarification on that, but that's not my expectation or understanding.
All right. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Commissioner Guida. Thank you, Attorney Coleman. Any other questions before we move on to our next item? Under our discussion items, we have tab number 28, which is annexation request from Osceola. And Manager Allison Duncan, are you still on the line? Are you here?
Actually, it's still Phil Schaefer.
It's still Phil. Okay, Phil, could you just speak to the board about this annexation request?
Yes, Madam Chair and Commissioners. This is a 0.83 acre parcel of ground in the very northeast corner of the county. It is adjoining to a facility that is actually owned and taxed in Cobb County, portions of which are zoned in Douglas County for mobile homes, but it is a water service pump facility. And the city of Austell is asking to annex our small 0.83 acre parcel along with the parcel that is taxed in Cobb County at the same time to enlarge their city limit. We don't have any facilities that are affected. There was no legitimate legal reason to object to it, and we just wanted to make sure you all were aware of it. If there's no objection at all, I will go ahead and let the city of Austell know that we've brought it before you, and there was no real reason to object to that small annexation.
Thank you, Phil. Board, any questions, comments? Okay, Vice Chairman Robinson, and Vice Chair Area.
Yeah, District 2, I have no objections. That's it.
Okay. Any other feedback, board? Sounds like no objections. All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Schaefer.
Thank you.
Board of Commissioners, we have completed our marathon agenda today, and certainly I will certainly prompt a question from our attorney Coleman regarding executive session, and then we'll go from there. Attorney Coleman, do we need to go into executive session today?
Regretfully, Madam Chair, there are some we do need to cover in an executive session, and I think we need to cover them today. So I would recommend that we go into executive session for personnel and potential litigation matters. And we'll be brief.
Okay, thank you so much. Finance Chair and Vice Finance Chair, do you all want to make an announcement? Are you going to change your meeting to 3 o'clock today? It's about 2:16.
I don't want to see a time. I don't know
what
I'm going to do. So
okay. All right. Well, the meeting will be delayed once this the Finance Committee meeting will follow the end of this Board of Commissioners meeting. So I cannot provide a time for you citizens.
Come up with a time appropriately afterwards. We got to give ourselves some time to transition. But can we get a break here in this one, though, Madam Chair? We've been going.
Will. Okay, you will. Okay, Board of Commissioners, do we have a motion to go into executive session?
So moved.
Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any discussion? We have a motion and a second. When I call you districts, please respond accordingly. District 1?
Yes.
District 2?
Yes.
District 3?
Yes.
District 4?
Yes.
Chairman, yes. We have a 5-0 unanimous vote, and the motion carries to go into executive sessions. Order is now 2:17. Take a 10-minute break, which we will return or resume. We'll start our executive session at 2:27. It is now 2:17. Citizens of Douglas County, we are now, the Board of Commissioners, we are going into executive session, and we will return as soon as the session ends. Clerk, take it from here.
You are back, Madam Chair. The floor is yours.
Okay, thank you so much, Sierra. Citizens of Douglas County, we have ended our executive session. When I say we, the Board of Commissioners have, and we have resumed our meeting. I must say this has been a marathon meeting today, but also it has been very beneficial, and we were able to cover a significant amount of valuable information or some initiatives that will go forward that will benefit the citizens of this great county. Our Finance Committee meeting is scheduled for 3:30 today. At first, it was originally 2 o'clock, but because of our delay at our meeting, certainly we went beyond what we thought we would go. It is the meeting will start at 3:30 p.m. The legislative meeting, I just want to remind the citizens tomorrow, the Board of Commissioners legislative meeting will start at 6 p.m. It is a meeting that it is in person. And also we will have access virtually as well. Is that correct, Communications Director? I don't want to say that and it's not true. Will they have access and be online, live as well, right?
Yes, ma'am. The event will be streamed, available to the public to view.
Okay, just want to make sure. So we'll have two things going on at once. And the meeting starts at 6 p.m. Citizen Hall. So look forward to the citizens who are interested in coming out. Look forward to seeing you and others who want to join us virtually. We encourage you to utilize technology. And last but not least, Board of Commissioners and the citizens of Douglas County wanted you to be mindful that we are still in pandemic mode in Douglas County and all over really the nation, but particularly Douglas County right now. We're in high, you have low, medium, and high. We are in high status in Douglas County right now. So we have the BA, it's called the BA5 variant. It is a sub-variant of the Omicron virus. It is part of a twin variant, BA4 and BA5. And I'm just encouraging our citizens to take heed that it's really a good thing to put a mask on at this time when you're in a very confined space, and also to watch your social distancing and do not want to forget to wash our hands repeatedly throughout the day. So again, Board of Commissioners, thank you for your time and talent today, and thank you, citizens of Douglas County, and look forward to seeing you tomorrow at our legislative meeting. If there's nothing else to come before this body, this meeting is adjourned. Thank you.